My lord.
Confirm so, my lord.
Thank you. We had some technical problems with a video that needs to be shown, and that caused the 2-minute delay this morning. Thank you, Mr. Aramse. Thank you, my lord. Ms. Lombaard.
Good morning, meneer.
Ms. Lombaard, you will recall yesterday I ended up a statement which His Lordship, the court, agreed to admit provisionally.
'n verklaring is gister ingehandig waar die hof aanvaar het dat dit tydelik moet aanvaar word, as deel van die rekord.
That's correct, my lord.
Your evidence papers that I had in my hand. Stuff on its way into my file. Definitely. Thank you. Thank you, my lord. So we're going to Exhibit V. Yes, thank you. That was Exhibit P, T, V. V for Victor. That's a statement of Kolekile Lord. Yes, my lord. Yeah, thank you, my lord. The reason why I introduced this statement is because you insist that the occurrence of the police bakkie that was there was on the 18th, Sunday, 18th of February 2024.
Die rede waarom ek hierdie verklaring inhandig, u sê u bly staan dat hierdie gebeurtenis van die 18de so Sondag gebeur het.
That's correct, my lord.
Now, before I carry on with the statement, I just want to ask you 1 or 2 questions. When you saw the police bakkie, was it parked standing still somewhere?
Toe u die polisiebakkie sien, het dit stil gestaan?
That's correct, my lord.
Are you able to say where exactly on that road there? You know, from Mr. Poller's house, there's the canal, we all know that now, a piece of open ground, then there's the Middelpost Road. Where was the bakkie, considering that area now?
In hierdie area in verband met die plekke wat ek uitgenoem het, waar so die bakkie geparkeer was, waar was die bakkie gewees?
Die bakkie het gestaan by die grondgedeelte oorkant Kawas.
It was stationary on the gravel path on the other side of Kawash.
Are you sure about that? Or
Is u seker daarvan?
That's correct, my lord.
The detective is Kolekile Goma. And on his second page, do you have a copy there with you?
Het jy 'n kopie van afskryf van?
Dat is correct, ik heb meneer.
Can you see the statement that's on the right-hand side top? It says A72.
Kan jy regterkant sê dit is geskryf hier AC72?
Dat is correct, my lord.
And then his name, Kolekile Doningoma.
Dat van verskyn sy naam Kolekile Doningoma.
Dat is correct, my lord.
If you page to the second page,
As kyk aan oor bly na die tweede bladsy,
there's a first paragraph on top, and then the second paragraph, it's not numbered. It starts on Saturday, 2024-02-17. I went to Saldanha following the information about Buta.
Dat is correct, my lord.
And then he gives a time there, about 9 o'clock or around there, but it was still in the morning of the 17th.
hy gee tyd aan die oggend, dit so by 9 uur, was nog gesê die oggend van die 17de, wat hy nou van praat,
Dat is correct, my lord, ik zie.
volgens sy verklaring. I can see that, my lord.
Do you accept that he was there on the 17th?
Sal u aanvaar dat hy die 17de daar was?
Nee, my lord, het was de 18e, meneer.
No, it was the 18th.
If you go to the next page, the rest of that page just deals with Stephanus showing the detective where Buta lives.
Volgende bladsy gaan wys waar Stefanus die spelers ook gewys het waar in verband met hierdie voorval.
Dat is correct, my lord.
Now, the detective says that he parked his bakkie at the car wash.
Die speler sê sy parkeer by die car wash.
He specifically said he asked an African male who was busy washing the vehicle in the car wash next to the main street to park the bakkie there in his car wash.
Hy sê toe 'n persoon gevra daar wat 'n African manspersoon was wat besig was by die car wash was of hy die bakkie daar kan parkeer.
Do you have comment about that?
Enige kommentaar daaromtrent?
Dat is correct, my lord. Soos ik gezien het, meneer, was dat, weet ik niet van een bakje wat bij elkaar was geweest, wat de speelbakje is, wat bij Boeta geweest is, die bakje het aan de kant kou was gestaan, die tijd wat ik naar Boeta's huis toe gegaan heb.
What I can remember and know, my lord, I didn't see any car wash parking, detective parking next to the car wash. But I can see on my way to Buta's house, the car wash was standing with the car, but was standing on the other side of the car wash.
I'll ask you more questions just now. I just want to quickly deal with this. In the next paragraph, I don't want to read the whole paragraph, but it says, I took a walk to the shack directed to me by Mr. Narrators. On arrival at the shack, that's page 3, Madam. Yes. Yes, the middle paragraph. That's after where he spoke about the car wash and the parking of his
Volgende paragraaf sê hy is toe na 'n hokkie toe wat aan hom uitgewys was deur meneer Reuters.
Then he explains where the house is of Mr. Apollo and accused 3.
Hy toe gestel, hy toe praat toe verder en waar hy so geleef was van beskuldigde 1 en 3.
Then he says, I met up with a coloured male and I introduced myself and told that coloured male I was there in the shack looking for Buta.
Hy sê toe 'n kleerlingman toe teen die pad ontmoet of daarheen, het hy toe gesê hy is op soek na 'n kleerlingman met naam van Buta.
And the coloured male replied saying he was Buta.
Kleerling ou het toe gesê hy is Buta.
Then he gives evidence, says he spoke to Buta and told him about the information.
Hy het toe met Buta gepraat en was in verband met die inligting.
And Buta did not deny. He said he knows Mr. Reuters. He once worked for him in his farm.
Hy het toe nie hierdie inligting gestryd daaroor, maar die het gesê, ken my Reuters het al op 'n sekere stadium van my Reuters op sy plaas gewerk.
And then the detective says, since I was not quite sure if he was the exact Buddha I was looking for, I asked him if can he walk with me to the bakkie.
Aangesien ek nie geweet het dat dit die regte Boeta is, ek het hom toe gevra om te stap na die bakkie.
On the page 4, then it goes on. I must read it in together with me to the bakkie there on the main street.
Op die main pad.
And I will drive with him to the farm. I can't make out the name of the farm.
Ek sou toe met hom ry tot op die plaas, maar ek kan nie die plaas se naam onthou nie.
Beliefly, thank you, Marian. Beliefly. I see that it's not the, it's Tembeliefly. Thank you. Thank you.
Another place in the state earlier on where I could make it out.
Thank you, my lord.
So the farm belongs to Mr. Reuters. Mr. Reuters lives opposite the police station. And he was there with his bakkie, his farm bakkie, to show. And he parked on that gravel spot. And then the police officer asked Ayanda, who says the person at the car wash, which of the places is Buddha's, and he showed it out to him, and then he saw he couldn't drive there.
Yes.
It's parts you skipped, but
Yes.
he saw he couldn't drive there because of that little canal, the stream, and then he walked there, and then he got there, spoke to Buddha. Buddha told him, no, I used to work for Mr. Reuters.
Indeed.
But he didn't pay me. But Mr. Reuters had left by then.
Thank you, my lord.
So then Buddha, they went to the bakkie so that Buddha can drive with him to the farm to confirm.
I'll just put that
Yeah,
to
so-
her then. Do you understand what his lordship now
We
said?
don't have to go via Vredenburg to get to Middelpoort. Go straight up.
Understand.
Yes, road, yeah.
Understand, my lord. I was in that area. The next paragraph, unmarked paragraph, says, we went to the bakkie, drove to Tembeliefle farm, where he showed me Mr. Reuters' farm where he worked.
Ons is toe die bakkie toe gery na Tembeliefle plaas waar hy gewerk het, het op plaas toe uitgewys.
And then he says, I did not drive with him inside the farm. I stopped outside and left him in the bakkie and went inside the farm to talk to Mr. Reuters because I wanted Mr. Reuters to confirm to me if was the guy inside the bakkie the same Buddha he informed me about, of which Mr. Reuters
En dat hom
confirmed.
agtergelaat in die bakkie, het nie saam met hom in die plaas ingegaan nie. Ek is toe na my Reuters toe. Dan Reuters bevestig of die persoon in die bakkie dieselfde Boeta is wat hy van melding gemaak het.
Now, I don't want to read the whole affidavit, but it follows then after that, since Mr. Reuters sent some pictures, the detective says he sent, Mr. Reuters sent him some pictures of tacky footprints.
Die speler sê dat
Mr. Reuters sent the detective some tacky footprint pictures.
So what is the question? You've given
I'm going to ask,
proportions to the witness, but where's the question?
I'm going to get to the important part now, my lord. So there's some of them. The detective then says, I drove back to Buddha's shack with him. And then they both walked to the shack. And then the detective says, on arrival at the shack, he took me inside the shack and showed me his 2 pairs of tackies he had. Then he says there was no one inside the shack. Now, you were there and you saw the detective, although you say it was the 18th, it is, my client, Mr. Apollos, says it was the 17th, and the detective says it was the 17th. You were there, you saw the detective.
Hy was daar gewees, hy het die speler gesien.
Who else was there? You were there now. You saw Buddha there. Who else did you see there?
Wie anders het u daar gezien? Wie anders was daar geweest? U heeft Boeta daar gezien, wie anders was daar geweest?
Was het nou bij de huis of was het nou bij die bakkie geweest?
By die huis at the shack.
At the house.
Dat was Kiali
Het was Kelly,
en dat was ik geweest
myself,
en dat was Nilo geweest
Nilo,
en dat was Rico en dat was die kinders, Joshlin en dat was het was al daar gezien bij de huisie.
Rikon, Joshlin, but I didn't see Rachel at the house.
So when you were there also, you didn't see Joshlin and Requin and Rochelle?
U het vir Joshlin en Rikon gezien.
I'm asking, my lord.
She said
Did she say Rochelle?
Joshlin
En
and
Rikon.
Requin. She did not see Rochelle.
Oh, thank you, my lord. So you saw Joshlin and Requin, but not Rochelle.
Dat is
U
correct,
het twee
maar
gezien, Joshlin en Rikon, niet van Rachel.
You know, the detective goes on and says, on arrival at the shack, he took me inside the shack, showed me his 2 pairs of tackies. There was no one inside the shack.
Die speurder sê ons is toe na sy huis toe. Hy het toe ons is toe in die huis in, waar hy met 2 paar tekkies gewys het. Daar was niemand anders in die huis nie.
When you were there, according to your evidence, you didn't go in the shack.
Toe u daar was, volgens die getuienis, u was nie binne in die hokkie nie.
ik was hier alles in huis, dus allemaal het buiten kan gestaan die tijd dat Boeta en die man in die huis gaan.
We were not inside the house. All of us were standing outside the time when Boeta and this man entered the shack.
Was there anybody else with you there?
Was daar iemand anders met u daar geweest?
En nee, er was net oors geweest. Die man het ingegaan, Boeta het buiten kan gestaan bij die dier.
No, the man went inside, Boeta stand at the door.
So the only 2 women in your evidence, or according to your evidence, is yourself and accused 3, Kelly.
U volgens die getuienis was u daar geweest en beskuldig nummer 3.
Dat is
Vrouwmensen.
daar was er nog andere vrouwmensen geweest. Er was net ik en Kiali.
There were no other women there, but only myself and Kelly.
See, what I find strange is that this detective, who only came there for the chicken complaint, he says, we moved out of the shack when he now took the tackies. So I can look around the shack for any feathers, bones, whatsoever. Then he says, while going outside, coming out of the shack now, 2 ladies just arrived.
Hy sê toe hulle uitkom het toe rondgekyk vir enige vere of enige bene, maar op 'n stadium het daar 2 dames opgedaag.
Carries on and says, it was a black and a colored lady. One was carrying a small baby.
2 dames, een was 'n swart vrou en een was 'n colored vrou gewees en een van hulle het 'n kind gedra. 'n Baba gedra.
You had your babies there.
U het die babas by gehad.
Ik heb mijn kinders bij mij gehad.
I had my children with me.
Then the detective asked Boeta who was his wife among those ladies, and Boeta replied by pointing to the lady who was a far distance, plus minus 100 meters, plus minus 100 meters away, down the row of shacks, as his wife.
Hy vra toe vir Boeta wie sy vrou was. Boeta het toe 'n persoon uitgewys wat so 100 meter van sy huis af weg was.
Does that ring a bell? Was Kelly, did you see that Kelly was 100 meters away from the shack?
Klink dit reg of hy was Kelly so 100 meter van die hokkie af?
Nee, my lord.
No.
Then the detective told Boeta to call his wife, and which he did, and then the detective said, I didn't bother about those 2 ladies as they remained there in front of the shack.
Hy vra toe vir Boeta om sy vrou te laat kom, maar hy sê nie eintlik gehoor oor die 2 vrouens wat daar voor die hokkie bly staan het nie.
And then he says, obviously I must finish the sentence. I didn't bother about those 2 ladies as they remained there in front of the shack while I walked towards the lady whom Boeta showed me as his wife.
Toe ek op pad was om te stap na die dame wat Boeta sou uitgewys het as sy vrou.
Do you recall, would you agree with that, or would you say he's wrong?
Sal u daarmee saamstem of gaan u sê is verkeerd?
Dat is verkeerd, meneer.
It's wrong, my lord.
So
Wait.
Mr. Harmse,
Yes, my lord.
were there not three women?
Yes, my lord. I just was going to put it to her now. In my understanding, there were 3 women. His wife was 100 meters away.
Well,
There's a woman carrying a baby.
I'm not so sure.
My lord.
If this witness doesn't testify and clarify this, I don't know how to read the statement, because he says when, after he was going to search for the feathers and the bones,
Yeah.
right? They came out, there were 2 women. He described them as he chose to describe them by giving them labels. I will not repeat that.
Which he said just arrived, my lord.
No. And he then says in this statement, I then asked him to point out which of the 2 is your wife.
My lord, no, his
Now,
words-
when they arrived, we don't have the distance. We know because they arrived, the one was carrying a small baby. Buddha pointed, because now he's speaking about the 2 women. He doesn't say that, in the context of this, he doesn't say, no, he didn't point to any one of them. He pointed a 3rd person. You want me just to read in that there was a 3rd person. You can put the statement to the witness,
Yeah.
ask her to comment
Yeah.
on what is written here. She's already said, no, it wasn't like
Yeah.
that. But when he says plus minus 100 meters, what do I make of it?
My lord,
Because you would have seen yesterday
Yeah.
with the previous witness, we asked her to point out the distance. When we looked at the exact measurements, on the guesstimate that we made, it was about double that. So I'm going to allow you to put the contents of the statement to her and for her to comment on it. But that's as far as we go in with this statement.
Yes, I did. I
Isn't
need
the
to still
most
get to it. I
important,
need-
Mr. Harmse, isn't the most important part, because in the context as I'm reading it,
Yeah.
when she saw the bakkie, that was on the 2nd occasion. That's after Mr. Reiters had left already,
Yes.
and they've come back, because that's when they went to search inside the shack, as they call it, a shack. And I'm just using that term
Yes.
because that's how it's used here. I prefer to call a person's home a house or a home. But it's then consistent with a few tweaks here or there. Isn't the most important point that the description given by this person in the statement confirms that he was there, and in general terms confirms that she may have been there, but the important part, it wasn't that Sunday. It was in fact on the Saturday that
Yes.
he states under oath.
My lord, I just want to carry on the next page, page 6. There's more description of the ladies. And then the part that I want to come to is that, may I put this to the witness, my lord?
Yeah?
Please,
Where
page-
on page 6?
Page 6, the second paragraph. The second paragraph says, at that moment, Butta was not, or was no, with me and his wife. With me and his wife. He was standing there next to the shack with those 2 ladies.
Volgende moment was Boeta niet meer het mee nie. En zijn vrouw het bij mij gestaan. Boeta het bij die andere 2 dames gestaan, langs aan die ijs.
Do you see that?
Kan je dat zien?
Dat is correct, my lord.
I see that, my lord.
Do you agree with me that from reading this, he indicates that it was Boeta's wife and other 2 ladies?
Volgens wat ik nog gelezen heb van jullie verklaring, stem u samen met mij dat het was Boeta's vrouw en andere 2 dames.
Nee, my lord, ik stem niet daarmee.
I don't agree, my lord.
Then the next paragraph, and this is the last thing I want to point out, is that his statement then further goes on to say that he walked with Boeta back to the bakkie and he took Boeta's statement.
Hij zei toen is terug met Boeta naar de bakkie, waar hij verklaring van Boeta genomen het.
So putting aside whether it was the 17th or the 18th, according to his statement, Boeta had walked with him to his bakkie twice. The first time when they drove off and the second time when he went to take his statement at the bakkie.
Ongeacht van die datum, die 17e of die 18e, maar hij en Boeta's 2 keer naar zijn bakkie toe. De eerste keer toen hij Boeta naar de bakkie toe was, dat hij gereden naar de plaats toe. Die tweede keer wat hij teruggegaan is waar hij was, toen Boeta die verklaring voor hem gegeven. Ongeacht van die datums.
Your comments on that, comparing that with your evidence that you never mentioned that Boeta went to the bakkie. Sorry, I apologize, my lord. You did say Boeta went to the bakkie and he stayed there for 30 minutes.
U had gezegd, Boeta was terug naar die bakkie waar hij daar voor het tijdperk van 30 minuten was.
So what I'm putting to you is that if you were there and you had noticed Boeta had gone to the bakkie twice. The first time when they drove off and the second time, which is probably the time that took 30 minutes when the detective took his statement.
No, Mr. Harms. You can't say to her, if you were there, you would have noticed both occasions. Because if you look at the context of the sequence of events, when she arrived, the detective was already at the house.
Yes, my lord.
Right.
That's right.
And he only left once. So there's the possibility, but you haven't checked it with a witness, that the detective was there earlier and left with him to the farm, came back, and they were already at the shack when she arrived. On this statement, the sequence of events. Because remember, I'm going to repeat it for the last time.
Yeah.
He says, I went, met Mr. Reiters, I didn't know where the place was. He parked on that gravel spot, he showed me, and then he left. Mr. Reiters left. I asked the gentleman at the car wash, he pointed the place. I went there, introduced myself. Boeta identified himself as Boeta. He gave me an explanation. We went to the bakkie, we left. We came back. Because now I wanted to go check whether he has any tackies that matches the footprint on the picture that was sent to the standby phone. It's all in the statement. You didn't cover that. Because Mr. Reiters had sent pictures of footprints of a tacky to the standby phone, but he didn't have the standby phone with him. So Mr. Apollo showed him 2 pairs of tackies. He couldn't do the comparison. And when they came out, because in that same process he was looking for maybe feathers or bones. When they came out, that's when the 2 ladies were there, the one with the child.
Yes.
Now, according to this witness's evidence, That's when she arrived there. So clearly, she arrived there when they were already back from the farm.
I see the possibility of that, my lord.
Yeah.
Yes.
So there's
Oh.
it's of no moment.
I will leave the rest for argument.
The importance is, yes, were there 2 or 3 women? One point. And the date. Because remember, this witness describes the sequence of events on that Sunday leading up to the evening.
Yes.
And your point is, Ms. Lombard, this police officer says it wasn't the Sunday, it was the Saturday that he was there. In connection with the chickens. Do you have a comment on that?
Hierdie speurder sê hy was daar gewees in verband met hierdie storie oor die hoenders die Saterdag. Het enige kommentaar daarop?
Die tyd wat ek gegaan het om na Kelly en Boeta se huis toe.
The time when I went around to Kelly Puta's house,
Het daar 'n bakkie gestaan aan de kant die kanaal by die grondgedeelte.
there was a bakkie stationary on the other side of the canal,
Okay,
on the gravel side.
Maar ek het trouwaar van die bakkie wat daar staan, ek is om na Kelly se huis toe.
I didn't really care about the bakkie standing there. I went around to Kelly's house.
Toe sien ek 'n man praat met Boeta.
Then I saw a man standing with Buta.
En ek hoor die gesels dat hulle gehad het.
Ms. Lombard, just listen to my question.
Kan u net na my vraag aan luister asseblief?
I've only asked you about the date
Ek het net vir u gevra oor die datum
Dis
and the day of the week.
en die dag van die week.
dis korrek, my lord.
Are you still saying it was the Sunday?
Bly u nog staan dat u so sê dit was die Sondag?
Dis korrek, my lord.
Yes, my lord.
Now, I don't want to upset you
Ek wil nie u
or
ontsteld maak
get your guard up unnecessarily.
of u probeer.
I take it it's the first time that you testify in a court.
Ek sal aanvaar dat dit die eerste keer is wat u in hof getuig.
I'll accept that.
Ek sal dit aanvaar.
But what will happen at the end of the case
Wat moet gebeur aan die einde van hierdie saak?
is that the defense will argue
Dat die verdediging sal betoog.
that you didn't answer the questions
U het nie aan vrae geantwoord nie.
and you were going on long tangents
U het op lang verhale gegaan.
because it's one of the factors that
Is
we
die een
might
van die
have to
feite?
consider determining your credibility.
Dit is een van die feite wat ek moet besef, u geloofwaardigheid.
So do yourself a favor,
Kan u vir uself 'n guns
listen to the question.
luister na die vraag.
If you don't understand the question,
As u nie vraag anders verstaan nie,
ask for it to be clarified
vra dat dit verduidelik moet word.
and then just simply answer the question.
Na dit moet u net eenvoudig die vraag antwoord.
Do you understand that?
Verstaan u?
Dis korrek, my lord.
I
ek
understand, my
verstaan.
lord.
Thank you, Mr. Adams.
And then just for the sake of completeness, my lord, I just want to put to her, so you maintain, or you can answer or comment, you maintain that it was only you, when you got there, you saw Buta, you saw Kelly, and there was nobody else with you there, no other women.
O, u bly staan dat toe u daar op dag was, u, Kelly en Boeta, net u en Kelly, geen ander vroumense.
Dis korrek, my lord.
Correct, my lord?
Thank you.
Thank you, my lord.
So I'll put the statement aside now.
Yeah, it's,
Okay.
your lordship has it, I'm finished with it. Now, your evidence after that, after the police bucky and all that, your evidence continued in chief.
Just one moment.
Thank you, Manu. Your evidence proceeds then, and you told this court that Boeta had sy sak gevat. You suggested, your evidence said that you advised Boeta, because Kelly was annoyed, that he must take his bag and take a walk.
U het gesê verder in getuienis toe Kelly begin moeilik raak het u toe aan Boeta gesê dat hy sy sak moet gaan vat en 'n draailoop.
That's correct, my lord.
And then directly after that, your evidence led that Nilo also arrived there.
U getuienis sê dan verder Nilo het daar opgedag.
Let me rephrase that. Your evidence said that Nilo also sat there at the back,
Nilo het
the
daar
corner of the
gesit
house.
by agterkant van die huis.
That's correct, my lord.
Now, do I understand you correctly now? Now Nilo is introduced. You were there, Kelly was there, Boeta was there in your evidence.
U was daar gewees, Boeta was daar gewees, Kelly was daar gewees in verband met die getuienis.
You didn't mention that Nilo was there as well.
U het nie gesê dat Nilo ook daar was nie.
Ek,
Yes. Because the evidence was that Nilo was there, and even this morning, when it was confirmed again who was there when you got there, she also included Nilo there.
Yes, Mr.
Thank you, Maroon. Then
You asked her earlier who was all there.
okay.
And remember, you didn't hear the names of the children, the two.
Yes, yes.
And my note clearly indicates that Nilo was there.
Thank you, Maroon. Then I apologize. Yeah. So move on.
So at 49 in the evidence in chief, and this morning again, Nilo.
Let's focus on Nilo now. Your evidence said Nilo was sitting there, and your Afrikaans was daar agter gesit op die hoek van die huis. Sat there at the back, at the corner of the house. You remember that?
U het gesê Nilo daar agter gesit op die hoek van die huis. Kan u dit onthou?
that's correct, my lord.
I can remember that, my lord.
Would you be able to tell the court, or would you? Can you remember? If you can't, you must just say you can't remember. Which corner of the house now? If I can put us all just in a picture, if you stand in front of the house with the front door on the right-hand side, the shack facing away from the street, door on the right-hand side, there are four corners. Can you tell the court at which corner you say Nilo is sitting?
Kan u as u onthou op watter hoek van hierdie huis sou Nilo gesit het, want die prokureur het nooit vir prentjie gewys gegee in verband met hoe hy so geleef was. As 4 hoeke, op watter hoek het Nilo gesit?
By die voordeur aan die agterkant van die hoek het hy gesit.
By the front door, on the back side, he was seated.
And just, sorry.
It's an Afrikaans expression, Mr. Adams. Seeing that we on the West Coast.
Sorry, my lord, I didn't hear that either.
It's an Afrikaans expression. Seeing that we on the West Coast. And some of the tomatoes personae are from the Makwaland. Jy moet nooit probeer visvang langs 'n stofstraat in Pofadder nie. Right. So let's take the pictures because we have them. And photo 2, 1 and 2 are photographs of the front of Boeta and Kelly's house.
Yes, my lord. Now that's Exhibit S for the record.
Exhibit S. So if we show that to the witness, you can see there's a photographer at the corner, the back corner from the front door. He walks fast. He had a white t-shirt on. It's a gentleman sitting over there that's like a brownish t-shirt on today. And then you can see yourself
Unfortunately, my lord.
standing at the left corner facing the photograph in photograph 2.
And 3 as well, my lord.
And 3 as well as your colleagues, right? And then in photograph 2, you can see the right front corner. One can see the stomach of Mr. Zabalila. And so we can go on from photograph 1, 2, 3, and 4, where now the back corner is also visible.
Yes, my lord. Photo 4 is taken from the opposite side
Yeah, that's
where the
the
front
side.
door
So
is.
that's the side, but you can figure out where that corner would be
Yes, yes. my lord.
on that photograph. So maybe to orientate the witness, make it easy, ask her to look at the photographs and then to say, can you maybe indicate to us where you say Nilo was?
I'll do that, my
What
lord.
I will do is, I will use my red pen. We'll do it differently.
May I just confirm, my lord, photo 4 is a photo of the house from the back,
I can just find
opposite side of the front.
For this witness, I will mark the spot on the exhibit with green. Then the record will reflect afterwards where she pointed.
Thank you, my lord.
So if somebody can get the photographs to the witness,
They are with the witness, my lord.
and then you may proceed. Mr.
Thank you. Ms. Lombard, have a look at that photo album you have. You go to page, it looks like 3,
The photographs
photo
are
1.
numbered.
Photo 1.
Photo 1.
U het 'n bundel foto's, kan u na foto 1 toe gaan? En met foto 1, my lord.
And photo 2, look at photo
2
1
here.
and 2.
En met foto 2.
Okay.
That's correct, my lord.
Now, when you said that Nilo was sitting op die hoek,
Let's first confirm with the witness whether she agrees that's the house occupied.
thank you, my lord, thank you. You agree that's the house where Killian, Mr. Apollos and Mrs. Smith stayed?
Stem u saam dat hierdie huis op hierdie foto's waar juffrou Smith en meneer Apollos sou gebly het?
That's correct, my lord.
Confirm, my lord.
Okay, now, I was trying to establish from you where you said you saw Nilo sit op die hoek van die huis.
U het gesê, want het van u het gesê dat Nilo het gesit op die hoek van hierdie huis.
That's correct, my lord.
Can you give an indication as on which photo that you can also look at photo 4, 3 and 4 as well? Photo 4 I put to you, that's the photo of the house from the back, opposite side of the front door.
As u kyk na foto 3 en 4 sou dan die foto wys die agterkant van die huis nader aan die kanaal.
Can you point out where, are you able, do you remember where Nilo sat?
Kan u uitwys of kan u onthou waar Nilo gesit het?
Dat was foto 2.
Foto 2, my lord.
Daar wat meneer staan. Maar net op die hoek.
Where he was standing just on the corner.
Where the old man with the white hair standing.
Is dit waar hierdie
Is dit
jong
that
man
corner?
met die wit kop staan?
That's correct, my lord.
Thank you, my lord. I think I see it.
Exactly at that corner.
Dis korrek, my
Net
lord.
daarbij, omtrent bij hy hoek.
Dis korrek, my lord.
I'm drawing on photo 2 with a circle, and I'm making a squiggle down to the bottom of the photograph. And I'm writing in on the exhibit. It's written in green. Nilo sang here, aloud, Lombaard.
Thank you, my lord. Now, when you noticed Nilo sitting, I assume, and you can tell me if you want to express it differently, was he sitting on the floor? Was he sitting on his haunches?
Volgens u, as ik kan nou, het Nilo op plat gesit of het op sy harke gesit.
Hy het 'n klip gevat, dus sit op die klip.
He took a brick and sat on the brick. A stone, sit on the stone.
Right, and can you recall where, at that time, now you describing for us the situation, now there's Nilo, you were there, and who else was outside that you saw around you?
U het nou beskryf in verband waar wie was Nilo daar gesit, wie ander was buite gewees. Daar is uitstap.
Daar was Kelly en ek geweest en met twee kinders geweest en was Joshlin en Rico
It was myself,
en Nilo.
my two kids, Kelly, Nilo, Joshlin and Rokwen.
And your kids, you were, am I correct? You
En u kinders ook,
Dis korrek, my lord.
my kids included.
Yeah, did you still have both kids strapped to you? As I understood, the one child you carried in front of you and the other one on the back.
Beide kinders nog uit een op je lichaam gehad, een voor en achter.
Ek het hulle nie op die grond gesit.
I put them down on the ground.
You put them down on the ground, both of them there outside.
Dis korrek,
Beide
my
van
lord.
hulle buite.
Dis korrek, my lord.
Yes.
Right, now your evidence then went on, you then gave evidence about Kelly going into the house and that she took a stone, then went into the house and went into another room and she knocked out the window. Can you recall that?
The sequence is slightly different. You say she went into a house, took a rock. She first took the rock and then went into the house was the evidence.
Yes, indeed. No. Yes, that's correct. She picked up a rock and then you went into the house.
Yeah.
U getuienis was gewees sê toe 'n klip op hotel in die huis in.
Dis korrek, my lord.
Yes.
My Lord, I just want to place on record, I think there is some misunderstanding or confusion as to what the house looks inside like. Our Exhibit S doesn't give us photos inside the house, but I do have a photo album that is part of the state's case, which I would submit if we can.
It will be helpful.
If we can admit that.
And
It
then
shows photos of the house inside.
it will be very helpful. Remember Sergeant Milstein gave us an idea, but especially when we're going to get later on, I hope the window is visible on the picture.
I think it is, my lord, if I remember correctly.
Because I'm not sure whether when we were there, some of the windows might have been boarded up.
My lord, I just want to inquire, your lordship wants the original?
Thank you.
I have a colour copy as well, although it's a copy.
I can see Ms. Sonnepoel is busy trying to retrieve some photographs of the investigating officer. I suspect Mr. Harmse, whilst we're still scrambling for the documents, it will also become relevant later on in your cross-examination when you're going to get to the point of what you could hear and from what position and so forth.
Indeed, my lord. That's why this is also important. Ms. Lombard, do you have that in front of you? Your lordship has it?
Still waiting. So that would be Exhibit W. W for William. Just give me a moment, Mr. Harmse, so that I can describe the exhibit.
My lord, the exhibit,
It's accompanied, what was given to me, it's accompanied by an affidavit of a warrant officer clerk
Lucien Brandon Clark, yes, my lord.
that took the pictures. So that's the first cover sheet.
It has A55 on the right-hand top, my lord.
That's got A55 and then the key has A56 on top.
The
It's a key that was drafted by Warrant Officer Clark, describing the 21 photographs, as well as certain points where a pillow and linen were collected for DNA analysis,
Please, my lord.
and then the measurement between those 2 points where the 2 samples were collected, that's the pillow and the bed linen, was 0.3 meters.
Yes, my lord.
The photographs are then numbered from 1 through to 21. And as I've indicated, that's marked 57, so reference to these photographs would be Exhibit W and then the number of the photograph. Thank you.
Thank you.
You may proceed. Does the witness have a copy of the
A
photographs?
copy is
in front of him?
provided for the witness, my lord.
Ms. Lombard, you have the exhibit now in front of you.
Hier die bewijs staat voor u.
That's correct, my lord.
If you have a look at photo 1 and 2, do you recognize that structure there?
As u kyk na foto 1 en 2, kan u die foto wat die opkom?
That's correct, my lord.
Yes.
You recognize it as what? Just for completeness sake,
Wat is dit?
Kan u of my wees, herhaal asseblief.
who lives there?
Wie bly daar?
Kelly en Boeta.
Okay. That's photo 1 and 2. If you have a look at photo 4,
As u kyk na foto 4,
that's the front door open, and it opens to the inside, it would seem. You agree?
voordeur wat oop staan, dit word oopgemaak na die binnekant, soos ons kan sien. Foto 4.
Bij mij weet het is gewoon.
Photo 4 of the witness, my lord. No, she's got the wrong bundle.
Why would the witness have the wrong bundle in front of her?
She still knows that does exhibit S.
I have another one, my lord.
I'm asking you, Mr. So I'm looking to my left. Can you please
It is a
ensure-
copy given by Mr. Aramsa through Ms. Mukwena.
Nee, dat meneer het.
So the witness doesn't have the bundle. Is that the bundle you just handed to Constable Pillay?
Indeed, my lord, that is a copy of, it's the same, it's a coloured copy, I
Yeah,
made
that's
coloured
fine,
copies.
that's fine.
And it is Exhibit M, and it's got 55, 56.
So can the witness look at, because remember you took the witness to photograph 1 and 2 to identify
The structure.
the structure. So it so happens that Exhibit S1 and 2 are also of the same structure. So what
Indeed.
would it become the confusion there?
No, I concede that it is, or I can see it
so
is.
it's
and
the same structure except for the angle is different on the two. And of course in time, it was more than a year later when Exhibit S was taken.
Indeed.
That was taken when we went on the inspection.
Indeed.
And these photographs were taken on the 20th of February last year.
Correct, my lord.
Yes, so if the witness can turn to photograph 4 in Exhibit W.
Kan u dan gaan naar foto nummer 4, waar is dat? W,
Are you there?
is u daar?
Dat is correct, my lord.
Yes, I am there, my lord.
Can you just repeat the question then, Mr. Aramson?
In respect of photo 4, my lord?
Yeah.
Yes. I was asking you, if you look at photo 4,
As u kyk na foto nummer 4,
it looks like the door opens to the inside.
dit wil voorkom asof hierdie deur na binne toe oopgemaak word.
Dat is correct, my lord.
That's correct?
And on photo 4, the inside's a little bit dark, but there looks like there is a cupboard.
Op foto 4 lyk die binnekant van hier is 'n bietjie donker, maar dit wil voorkom of daar 'n kassie of selfs sou wees.
Dat is correct, my lord.
That's right.
And something silver on it.
En iets so silwer op hierdie tafel.
Dat is correct, my lord.
Well, that seems silver. It's just got the shiny reflection.
I'm not sure whether you can describe the color on this photograph as something silver,
Yeah, no,
but
no, it's
rather something shiny.
yes, a shiny reflection.
The shiny reflection
Yes.
with an orangey top on it.
Yeah.
On this photograph, what I can see, like an orange rusty top on photograph 4.
Yeah.
But of course, if one's going to turn the page, photograph 5,
Yes, my
you
lord.
can see it's the same cupboard, and then you can see it's
I
actually
was just going to submit
a
then
plastic container with a
Yeah.
pink top.
I was just then going to submit that photo 5 is a close-up of that cupboard inside the room.
Can you just turn the page, confirm?
Kan u na foto 5 toe kan?
That's the same cupboard.
Dit is dieselfde kas. Foto 5, dieselfde kas.
Dat is correct, my lord.
And it has a 2-plate stove on it with 2 pots.
Hy het 2 plaatstoof met 2 potte.
Dat is correct, my lord.
And the container we described looks like plastic.
Dit lyk na
Containers.
'n houer.
Dat is correct, my lord.
Is that, do you recall, does it look familiar to you?
Kan u onthou dat dit moontlik na u bekend lyk?
Dat is correct, my lord.
So is this the front of the back room?
Is dit die voorkamer of die agterkamer?
Dat is die voorkamer.
The front room, my lord.
My lord, that's where I will make some statements to, and where I suggested earlier on that there might be some confusion as to the description of the house, voorkamer en agterkamer.
But maybe whilst we on this exhibit, if you want to take the witness through just to identify,
The rest as well.
it will make it so much easier
Yeah.
to orientate ourselves later on.
Yes, thank you, my lord. I'll just go
Because
on.
it seems there's also in that room, in the front room, it looks like a mattress
Yes, my lord.
or a base of a bed to the back
Yes.
wall of that room. Is there that one? Is it a bed?
Is a bed.
Bed, yes, it's a bed, my lord.
And then opposite from that white and orange or yellow cupboard, there's like a kitchen dresser
Or
in wood. It's visible on photograph 7. Is that how you remember it as well?
verstaan je of Anodia idee is zoals op een foto opkomt?
That's correct, my lord.
Yes, my lord.
And then it seems next to that white cupboard, there's a door again opening to the inside of the next room, photograph 8.
Photograph 8.
Fotograaf 8. Fotograaf 8. Dat het voorkomt als dat hier naar een ander vertrek kan opgemaakt worden.
That's correct, my lord.
So
That's right.
that be the back room.
Zal dit nou die achterkamer wees?
That's correct, my lord.
Photograph 9, one can see through the door into that room. Looks as
Fotograaf
if
9
on the
kan ons
right
hier
of
weer sien
the
in
door
die
behind
kamer.
the door there would be a bed.
Dan zal er een bed wees op de rechterkant.
That's correct, my lord.
Don't have to go to 12 and 13 because those are the
Yes, yes, my lord. That's
pillowcase and
well,
the bed linen and so on. All right. I'm with you, Mr. Aronson.
thank you, my lord. Mr. Lombard, I know that you referred to the inside of the house as the front room and the back room. I just want to put to you that maybe that description is a bit confusing. And I'll tell you why, and you can comment now.
Hier beschreven as 'n voor- en achterkamer. Het is een beetje door elkaar gaan gaan je zeggen hoekom klinkt het een beetje door elkaar.
Want die voor... Okay, sorry.
No, let the witness
Yes.
finish.
You can
You must
clap.
wait for the question.
Die vraag voor de vraag.
Okay.
So rather wait for the question. I don't know whether there will be a question because we've had lots of stories being told without questions. Yes,
Sorry, my
Mr.
lord.
Aronson.
Now, I want to put to you that all I'm putting to you is that the description of front room and back room is confusing. It's misleading.
Die beschrijving van die achter- en voorkamer is een beetje door elkaar.
And my
Het is
question will
misleidend.
come. Sorry, and my question will come after I have shown you why I say that.
Ik ga mijn vraag gaan komen nadat je geweest hebt.
Die eerst, dus die voordeur ingaan,
Before you enter,
als het de eerste kamer,
it's the first room.
en die andere kamer is de tweede kamer.
In the other room is the second room.
But isn't it correct to say, when you come into the front room, you describe that as the eerste kamer, the first room. Immediately left, once you enter the front door, immediately left, there's another door to another room. You agree with that?
Als het is zo dat als een persoon bijvoorbeeld inkomt bij de voordeur, onmiddellijk naar de linkerkant, als het daar andere deur.
That's correct, my lord.
Yeah. So it'll be, wouldn't it be more correct, and this my, nothing turns on it, I just want to
Nothing
avoid
turns on it,
confusion,
why
my
are we
lord.
going there?
My lord?
So if nothing turns on it, why are we
No,
going there?
because to refer to it as a voorkamer and achterkamer is misleading, my lord.
But
There is a room on the right-hand side
what's
of
the
the house,
relevance of
and there's a room on the
what's
left-hand
the
side of the
relevance
house.
of that? We now know what it looks like.
Because,
Yes, we can split hairs if we want to, but this is not the time and the place to do that. Because here we have a visual of what it looks like. What people would call it,
fine.
that's
Thank you.
That's not important.
Thank you, ma'am.
Because I can take issue with you, Mr. Harms, to say it's immediately to your left. What does that mean? And we can debate it until the cows come home. But because if you look at photograph 8,
Yes, my lord.
there's another cabinet on which would then be the front wall of the house, opposite the white cupboard. It has a gas stove on it.
Yes.
So if one wants to split hairs, you can say, well, then it's not immediate to your left, because there's still a piece of wall. But we've got the pictures now.
Yeah.
Let's move on.
What I want to get on record, my lord, is that once you come in the front door, you turn left and there's another door, and then there's another room there.
Yeah.
Yeah. So if you look at photo 8, Ms. Lombard,
As ek kyk na foto nommer 8, juffrou Lombard,
there's a door, and that, am I correct, that leads to the other room.
daar's 'n deur wat lei na die ander kamer. Is dit reg?
Dis korrek, my lord.
And if you look at photo 9,
Foto nommer 9,
that is now with the door, the other room door open, more open,
en dis nou die deur na die ander kamer wat meer oop staan.
there's a gas burner, a gas stove in the front, single plate.
As 'n gasbrander en 'n stoof, sien jy dit?
Dis korrek, my lord.
And if you look at photo 9 and 10, you'll see on the right-hand side of both of them, there seems to be a bed there.
9 en 10. Op die regterkant kan dit voorkom as daar 'n bed of daar 'n bed is.
Is that right?
Foto 9 en 10. Op die regterkant kan jy voorkom as daar 'n bed is.
By 9 is 'n bed agter die deur.
At
In
9 there's a
10.
door, there's a bed behind the door.
En by 10 also.
Yeah.
10
Yes.
also.
Yes, it's the same, I submit it's the same bed. I put you, it's the same bed, it's just a closer-up photo.
Dis dieselfde bed, dis net 'n foto bietjie nader.
Dis korrek, my lord.
Yeah. Now, let's get to the evidence. Your evidence said that Kelly picked up a stone and she went into the house.
Hier getuienis is gewees. Kelly tel toe 'n klip op, sy is toe in die huis in.
And then your evidence said she went to the underkamer, to the other room.
Hier getuienis is sodat sy in die ander kamer toe in is, was
And then she knocked the window out.
sy toe die venster uitgeslaan.
Look at those photos and you tell me, then you tell the court. Can you see the window that she knocked out?
As u kyk na hierdie fotos, kan u vir die hof sê of u hierdie venster sien wat sy so uitgeslaan het.
Dis korrek, my lord.
Indicate to us, please, on
Kan
which
u
photo?
in die hof verduidelik of wys waar hierdie venster sou wees?
Wie wat die gordyn tot die gordyn hang.
Where the curtain is hanging.
Which photo?
Watter foto?
By foto 10.
Foto 10, my lord.
Photo 10. This looks like a basket there.
Dat is soos 'n basket.
Cane basket, yes.
Cane basket.
Dit is soos 'n
That's
mandjie
also
wat gemaak is met
visible in a distance on photograph number 9.
as
Correct.
'n mandjie met iets met so 'n mandjie wat gemaak is met riet.
Dis korrek, my lord.
One can see there's a curtain, and there's light coming in from the outside. Or from, we know there's no further room because we've been there.
Yeah.
So, yeah, looks like the structure of a window,
Yes.
but there's no close-up of it.
Do you agree it looks like a window there in the top right-hand side of photo 10?
Dit wil voorkom as dit 'n struktuur van 'n venster is op 'n foto nommer 10 op die regterkant bo.
Dis korrek.
Now, at looking at all these photos, which window did you say accused 3 knocked out?
As ons kyk na hierdie foto, watter foto is die venster wat beskuldige nommer 3 so uitgeslaan het?
Dat was geweest die een in uw linkerkant. Ach, sorry, my lord, was aan uw rechterkant was het geweest. Was hij uitgesloten.
It was the one on the right hand side that she knocked out.
So it's not that one.
Is it that in?
In uw
The
linker.
one on photograph 10. It's not
Photo
that
10.
window.
Foto 10 is it that? Is it that venster?
Dat is correct, my lord, is die venster wat uitgesloten aan die linkerkantse venster. Ach, aan die rechterkantse venster.
It is the window she knocked out on the right hand side, my lord.
So it's the window in W10. Unfortunately, the way the curtain is hanging, I don't want to speculate. It looks as if there's a vertical section sticking out behind it. So I'm not sure whether there's a solid pane and a sash or not. But the witness indicates the right-hand side of that window. Yes, thank you.
Thank you, my lord. If your lordship, just give me a second here. Ms. Lombard, as we look at this photo,
So ons kyk na die foto.
Are we still at photo 10? Are we still at photo 10? Are we still at photo 10?
yes, on photo 10, sorry, my lord.
Op foto 10,
There's a lot of light coming from outside, and it's not possible to see if that window is broken or not. You agree with me?
daar's genoeg of baie lig vanaf wat van buite af inkom. Dit is nie moontlik om te sien of die venster uitgeslaan is of nie. Sal jy met my saamstem?
Kan u me weer herhalen, alsjeblieft?
Can you please repeat that for me, please?
I said there's unfortunately a lot of light coming from outside.
Ongelukkig is daar genoeg of klomp baie lig wat van buite af inkom.
So the window shows up very bright, and it's not possible, I'm putting to you, it's not possible to see if that window is broken. Do you agree with me?
En nog gaan sien hierdie lig sou inkom. Dit is onmoontlik om te sien of hierdie venster gebreek is of nie. Stem u saam met my?
Dat is correct, my lord.
In any event, my instructions are that your evidence about clearly breaking the window, my client put up, says he's not aware of that, he didn't see that, and he didn't see any broken glass or window after that event that you said where she broke the glass.
Vanaf beskuldig nommer 3 is dat hy was nie bewus nie. Hy het gesien, hy weet van geen venster wat so gebreek geslaan was nie. Geen glas gesien, hy was nie bewus nie, hy het ook geen venster gesien wat gebreek geslaan was nie.
Your comment?
Die kommentaar?
Ik heb gezien Kelly van die club en Kelly gaan in die huis in en ze slaat die venster uit. Toen ze uitkomt, toen ze haar stukkend.
I saw Kelly taking this, the rock, went inside the house, hit out this window, then she came out, and her hand was, what was that?
Stukkend.
Was torn. Stuck.
Cut.
Cut.
Yes, your evidence was that she cut her wrist.
Hier getuienis was geweest, hy het haar op gewrig gesny.
Dat is correct, my lord.
You also, before you specifically mentioned the wrist in your evidence in chief, made reference of a slagaar, my lord, the English word escapes me.
Vein.
A slagaar is not just a vein, it is I apologize. I will leave it at that. Let me just carry on. You remember you said to the court that she cut a slagaar. The word slagaar means it's quite an
She
important.
didn't say cut the slagaar.
He said
in naam by die slagaar. But then we cleared it up because I asked the witness to show, and then she showed us by indicating
Yes.
where it was.
Yes.
And it was on the inside of the arm at the wrist area.
Correct.
The place where people normally take your pulse.
Yes. I will move on.
So, yeah.
I'll move on.
So I started writing when I took the notes in the evidence in chief on that description. And then, of course, I deleted that. I'm looking at my note. I deleted that and chose to indicate the description and how she showed to describe it in the notes. Thank you.
Thank you, my lord. Where were you when she did that? Were you inside the house? Were you outside the house?
Waar was u geweest toe sy dit doen? Was u binne die huis, buite die huis?
Ik was buitenkant geweest, my lord.
I was on the outside.
Can you give us a more closer description of where outside?
Kan u 'n meer duidelike inligting beskrywing gee waar buite?
Buitenkant by die deur het ek gestaan.
Outside at the door standing.
Have a look, please.
I take it this house only has one door to the outside.
Hierdie is met een deur na
By
buite.
die,
Een deur na buite.
So, for purposes of the record, will council be comfortable with us describing that as a front door?
My lord,
Do
yes,
you
sir.
want to know?
I think maybe she can just confirm if she means the front door. I wanted to refer to photo 1 and 2 of that same photo album. When you say you were at the front door, correct?
U het gesê u was by die voordeur geweest, is dit reg?
dat is correct, my lord.
So if you look at photo 1 and 2, just please page to photo 1 and 2.
Kan ons bly na foto 1 en 2?
On exhibit W.
On exhibit W.
Best W.
It's of course also visible on photographs 1 and 2 on exhibit S, which is a close-up. The front of the house.
Indeed, indeed, yes.
In those photographs, it's locked in chain down.
Yes, my lord.
Yes, thank you.
Are you looking at photo 1 and 2 of exhibit W?
As u by foto 1 en 2?
Dat is correct, my lord.
Both photos indicate just different angles, a door, and which I understand to be the front door to the house.
Beide hierdie
You agree?
foto kom op 'n deur, maar in verskillende rigtings. Dit sal ek aanvaar dit is die voordeur na die huis.
Dat is correct, my lord.
Now when you,
The front door that doesn't lead into the front room.
Die,
To use your
yeah, no,
analysis.
if I can describe, my lord, it's the front door that leads into the right-hand side.
Now let's call it the front door.
Yes.
That's why I said if council doesn't have objection,
I don't have.
because you were taking issue with it, that's the front room. So I just want to ensure that you're all on the same page. There's only one door.
Yes,
So, but let's call it the front door
yeah.
for purposes of the record. But whilst we're at that photograph, and we're back there now, if you look at photograph 1 and 2 of exhibit W, are you there? The one
Yes.
Dis foto 1 en 2.
dat is correct, my
Yes, I'm
lord.
there, my lord.
Do we have exhibit S close by?
Bewysstuk S, byderhand. Yes, I do have exhibit S. Close by, my lord. Close by, my lord.
So you open that at photograph 1 and 2,
Oopmaak in foto 1 en 2.
and we can see that's just a close-up
U kan sien dis net 'n foto
of
naby
the front of the house.
van die voorkant van die huis,
That's correct, my lord.
But you can't see the inside.
maar die binnekant van die huis kan nie gesien word nie. Vir foto 1 en 2 bewys dit is.
On your evidence, you know the inside of this house very well.
Volgens u getuienis, u ken die binnekant van die huis baie goed,
That's correct, my lord.
Because you were there daily.
want u was daar dagliks gewees.
That's correct, my lord.
That's correct.
So we know the door leading to the back room or the bedroom area.
Dra kennis van 'n deur wat lei na die agterkamer area.
That's correct, my.
If you look at the outside of these structures,
As ons kyk na die buitekant van die struktuur, se prente,
do you have any idea in line with what point that door would be, the one leading to the bedroom?
kan u weet u waar hierdie deur sal wees wat na die kamergedeelte is?
That's correct, my lord.
Can you maybe show us?
Kan u dan vir ons wys die deur wat lei na die kamer, waar sat dit geleef was, as die deur geleef was, as u kyk na hierdie foto's, bewyslik S en bewyslik W.
Kan my lord gou weer vir my herhaal?
I'm going to lift up the photographs for you.
Gaan die
Can you see
foto's
on
oplig?
photograph 1 of exhibit S, that's the bigger plaque.
Foto 1, kan u al sien, bewyslik S?
That's correct, my
That's
lord.
correct, my lord.
Now you know there's a wall that divides the two rooms.
In hierdie struktuur, weet u daar's 'n muur wat hierdie twee kamers verdeel.
That's correct, my
So
lord.
if you look at this structure from the outside, where would you say that wall would be?
As ons nou kyk vanaf die struktuur vanaf buite, binne in die huis, waar sal die muur wees wat hierdie twee vertrekke verdeel?
Ek staan by die buite die Here.
No, we're not where you stand.
Nie waar u gestaan het nie. Die hobbel weet die muur wat die voorkamer en die agterkamer verdeel. Waar sal dit wees in verband as ek kyk na die struktuur foto nommer 1? Waar sal dit wees?
Aan die agterkant sal ons wees, my lord.
On the
Wys
back
net
side.
met die
man.
hand en dan-
Kan u vir ons nou wys?
Just show.
Die meneer.
Can somebody give the witness just
Ja,
the
look,
green
now.
pen and then she can just draw a line? I just want to clarify it whilst we're at that picture, or with any pen, because that's not my...
Op hierdie struktuur, bewys ek S.
Last
Waar is die muur wat hierdie twee vertrekke verdeel?
My lord, maybe it'll be also of assistance if we look at photo 8
on which...
on W,
No,
on exhibit W.
I know I can see a lot more on these photographs. I can guess, but I don't want to guess. Because I don't know what the relevance is going to be later on, but whilst we're at these photographs now, it's an issue you touched on earlier, but I didn't want to, yeah, it's exactly where I thought. That's where, so I'm going to mark that. I'm going to draw a green line on exhibit S1 and S2. It's clearly where the two different structures meet.
May I have a look at that?
You can see the two different structures. The one to the left, as you look at the photographs, I've worked with S. It's a darker color. And then she marked where the two colors meet, where the lighter color would and the darker color would meet. That's where the wall is. Now you're right, Mr. Harris. If we look at photograph 8 on exhibit W. I took you there earlier when I spoke about the little cabinet with a gas bottle on top with a burner on.
Yes. And I refer to the door immediately to your left,
Because you referred to it, to the door immediately to your left.
when you, after you come into the front
If
door.
you look at photograph 1 and 2 of Exhibit S, and you take into account what you see on W8, and you take into account the width of the door, then it looks as if one accepts that a standard door size, because we were there, it's not like a small door.
No, it's not.
If we accept that the opening of a standard door is 900, then that's almost double that size. It's almost double the door, or at least 1.5 times that. If you just look at the proportions, talking from the left-hand side of the door to where the inner wall would be. Are you with me, Mr. Hutt?
Yes, I am.
So are you still contending it's immediately to your left? As you put it to the witness.
May I rephrase that? When you come into the front door,
Because
you
I don't know
turn
what the
left.
relevance will be later on.
My lord, the only relevance is that to give an idea where the room is, where the witness said the window was, that Kelly had knocked with a stone.
So it would be going past that distance, getting to the, let's call it the back room if you want, or the main bedroom if you want, but the room with a bed where the window is, and the window would be above the bed on the
Indeed.
back wall as you walk in,
Yes.
facing it. Yes, thank you.
Thank you, my lord.
I've interrupted you, but we need to clear this up because I don't know where you're going with it.
Yeah. I'm at the point where I want the witness to show us, and I'll proceed if I may. I asked you, Ms. Lombard, at this point where your evidence led that Kelly knocked the window out and cut her arm, her wrist, I asked you where were you, and you said outside. Then I referred you to Exhibit W, and I said you have a look at these photos.
Ek het u gevra, u het ons gesê dat Kelly Neisen was, venster uitgeslaan, haar gewrig seer. Ek het u toe gevra waar u was, u het gesê u was buite.
Can you indicate on any of those photos where you mean you were when you said you were outside?
Kan u op hierdie foto's wys as u sou sê dit was buite waar u was?
Daar was hij bij die dier te gaan staan.
At the door, that's where I was standing.
So let's look at photograph 4, which is a close-up. I'm at W4,
Thank you, ma'am.
which is a close-up of the door.
Foto 4 is 'n foto na aan
So
Heerlik.
there one can see there's a blue bucket, a green bucket, it's a black kettle. Can you see that?
Kan u hierdie goeder beskryf, gesien wat daar beskryf het, 'n blou en 'n groene en dan so swart ketel?
Dat is correct, my lord.
Can you indicate on that photograph where you were standing?
Kan u op hierdie foto?
Let me just finish, please.
Okay.
Can you indicate on that photograph where you were standing the time when Kelly knocked out the window?
Kan u op hierdie foto wys waar u gestaan het die tyd toe Kelly die venster uitslaan?
Hier bij die dier, buitenkant bij die dier te gaan staan.
At the door, outside, my lord. That's where I was standing.
Can somebody give the witness something to mark on the photograph where she stood?
Kan u dan voor uw hof een indicatie geven waar u gestaan hebt?
The witness marks in photograph 4. I'm also going to mark my foot for the photograph 4.
Aantekenen.
And then we can circulate the photographs to counsel for the state and the defense.
Thank you, Molly.
She marked at the bottom of the photograph. She marked at the bottom of the photograph with a horizontal line, almost the width of the door. You can pass the photograph from that side, from Mr. Sivnarine down to Ms. Swanepoel, please. I've also drawn a green line on the exhibit. Thank you. Yes.
Thank you, my lord. Ms. Lombard, so just to round it off now, that's where you stood when Kelly broke the window, according to your evidence.
Dit is waar u gestaan hebt toen Kelly de venster zou gebreken volgens uw getuigenis.
Dat is correct, my lord.
Dat is correct, my lord?
When Kelly came back now, just let me ask you this. Did you hear the breaking of glass?
Het u die gebreek van die glas gehoor?
Dat is correct, my lord.
But you didn't see the actual movement by Kelly breaking the glass because you couldn't see. She was behind the division between the two.
So u kon nie sien die beweging toe Kelly die glas uitslaan nie, want u was aan die ander kant van die gedeelte wat hy is verdeel.
Dat is correct, my lord.
So you told the court that she took a stone and she broke the glass.
U sê toe vir die hof dat sy 'n klip geneem het, die glas uitgeslaan.
Dat is correct, my lord.
But you didn't see that.
Maar u het dit gesien nie.
Ik het gehoord achterna, toen ze die klip optellen en ze gaat in de huis met die klip. Toen hoor ik die rijtser wat val.
She picked up the rocks that went inside the house, and then I heard the glass is falling.
Yes, so you confirm that you didn't actually see that action. You heard glass.
Die actie om die venster uit te slaan het u nie gesien nie, maar u het gehoor die val van die glas.
Yes. And then what did you do immediately? You hear this and what did you do then?
Wat het u toe onmiddellik gedoen? Wat het u gedoen?
Ik heb haar gevraagd, Kelly, hoekom slaat ze de rijt uit?
I asked Kelly, why did you knock the glass out?
Okay, that's what you spoke to her, but did you stay outside?
Het u bly staan buite.
Dat is correct, my lord.
Correct?
Did Kelly then come out of the room?
Het Kelly toe by die kamer uitgekom?
Dat is correct, my lord.
Yes.
When she came out of the room, you were standing outside.
Toe sy by die kamer uitkom, u het buite gestaan.
Dat is correct, my lord.
Did you see blood on her?
Het u bloed op haar gesien? Aan haar
Yes.
gesien?
Dat is correct, my lord.
And what else did you see now? You say she's coming out and you saw blood on her arm. Which arm was it? Left arm, right arm? I can't remember, my lord.
Is wat to see voor sin to voor uitkom. I bewaar sit to bloed op watter arm, linker, rechterarm.
Ik kan niet zeggen wat de arm het was.
I can't
Ik
say
weet niet
which
wat de
arm
arm
it
het
was.
was geweest. Ik weet niet wat de arm was het geweest.
I don't know which arm it was, my lord.
Did she still have the stone, the stone in one of her hands?
Het sê nog in die klip in een van haar hande nog gehad.
Nee, meneer.
No, my lord.
And then, did she come out and then walk outside? Or tell the court, what can you remember? Did she do anything else then as she's moving out now?
Toe sy nou uitkom na buite, kan u enig iets onthou wat sy daar gedoen het toe sy nou buite was?
Ik kan het onthouden dat zij een mes gevat in huis en toen kwam ze uit naar Boeta toe.
What I can remember, she took a knife out of the house and came to Buta.
En ze dreef voor me niet mes.
Then she threatened him with a knife.
Could you see where she got the knife from?
Kon u sien van waar sy die mes gekry het, geneem het?
Dat is correct, my lord.
Yes.
Where did she get the knife?
Waar het sy die mes gekry?
En ja, is in my lord.
In the house.
Where in the house did she?
Waar in die huis?
Daar zo, lijkt naar steen waar daar staan en wat daar mes en naar liepels inkom.
There is something like a stand inside the house where the knives and spoons will be kept.
If you look at Exhibit W,
Bewystuk W. So ons kyk na bewystuk W.
I would imagine you should look at photo 4, photo 5,
Jy kan
photo
kyk na
6.
foto 4, 5, 6.
And 7 maybe. And 7 maybe.
4, 5, 6 of moontlik 7 ook. So te hof sê 4, 5, 6 en
En
moontlik
8,
7 ook.
Look at those photos. Did you see her pick up the knife or did you not see her pick up the knife?
Kyk na hierdie foto's, het u vir gesien die mes optel of het sê u dit nie gesien nie? Foto's 5, 6, 7 ook. Kon u vir sien die mes optel of kon u nie?
Ik kon niet zien nie.
I could not see.
And then your evidence goes further. She comes and
Just a
threatens.
moment,
Thank you, my
Are
lord.
you moving on to the next point in the evidence?
Yes, the next point is the threatening.
I just want to clarify something.
Thank you.
on that point. So if you didn't see, why did you tell me that she has the stand where the knives and the spoons are kept?
As u nie vir kon sien waar sy die mes opgetel het nie, hoekom het u dan vir hom gesê daar's 'n stand waar haar messe en lepels in sou wees?
Want ze het in de achterkamer uitgebracht. In de achterkamer is de kamer is uitgekomen met die knife. Ik kan niet gezien het of ze die knife opgeteld het of ze die knife uit die steen uitgehaald het.
Because she came with the knife from the back room, so I can't say whether did she take the knife from the stand.
So did you just infer that?
Dit het inderdaad daarna verwys. Infer.
My lord, I'm sorry, I'm interrupting. I'm just trying to assist with the investigation. infer, I would say, afleiding. Inference, afleiding.
Het u net daarvan afgeleid?
Dat is correct, my lord.
So, as we go along, if it's your own inference that you draw and you didn't see something, please tell us.
Als u bijvoorbeeld, als we zoals voortgaan, afleiding maakt, maar u dit niet gezien heeft, moet u dat in de hoofdstuk zo stellen. Verstaan u?
Dat is correct, my lord.
Thank you, Mr. Adams.
Thank you, my lord. Ms. Lombaard, now we move past to the point where you see, and as you had demonstrated, Kelly's action threatening Mr. Pollis, wanting to stab him. Where was Mr. Pollis during this time when Kelly went in the house, broke the window, came out, got a knife? Where was Mr. Pollis?
Die tyd toe hierdie nou so gebeur het, Kelly en hy is aan venster gebreek, uitgekom het, regiment, waar was meneer Apollos?
Hy was buitekant gewees.
Was outside.
So he was not inside the house, he was outside.
So hy was nie binne die huis, hy was aan die buitekant.
Dat is correct, my lord.
And you were also standing outside.
Hy het ook buite gestaan.
Dat is correct, my lord.
Yes.
So was he standing behind you? You indicated you were standing just outside the front door.
Hy het gesê dat hy net buite die voordeur gestaan het.
In relation to that,
In verband, in vergelijking met dit,
where was Mr. Pollis?
waar was meneer Apollos?
Hy het by Nilo het hy gaan staan.
He went to stand at Nilo.
And where was that?
Waar was dit?
On
That
the
wa-
photographs you could show us, if it's possible.
Met een kruising, kan u dat vir ons wys, as het moontlik is. U kan een kruising maak.
Look at Exhibit W.
U kan wys die W by kyk. Should I give you a pen, man?
Photographs 1, 2, 3, and 4 are photographs of the outside of the house.
Dus is dit 1, 2,
want
3
you
en
to
4
mark the
foto's.
place
Buitekant van
where
is kan u 'n kruis maak
Nilo and Buddha were.
waar Nilo en Boeta was.
Okay.
Kruis maak.
Must mark the spot. We would do the same exercise of circulating the photograph. And which photograph? Oh. Is this the X, the green X on photograph 4?
As 'n groene kruising op fotografie.
Dat is correct, my lord.
Confirms.
I marked the same spot on Exhibit W with a green pen, marked it with an X, and wrote on the side of the photograph with a direction arrow there to Nilo and Buddha. Let's pass it around. Mr. Harms, and it's not an invitation for a break. But when you get to a point where you think you're comfortable to take the break, I don't want to, maybe you can finish this section or your line of questioning around that, then we take the short adjournment. If you tell me now is the time, let's just complete this exercise first.
Thank you, Maro.
So at the bottom photograph on that page.
Thank you, Maro.
Thank you, Mr. Adams.
Ms. Lombard, just to confirm now, that's the same spot that you indicated earlier on where Nilo was sitting on a rock, you said.
Is dit dieselfde plek waar u vroeg gesê het is waar Nilo gesit het op 'n rots?
That's correct, my lord.
And that was marked on exhibit S, on S2. No, just for the record.
Indeed.
It was marked on S2, it was marked on W.
So was Buddha sitting as well, or was he standing?
Het Boeta ook gesit of het hy gestaan?
Hy het gestaan, my lord.
Standing, my lord.
So then describe then to the court, if you can, the movement of Kelly with a knife.
Kan u dan die beweging as u kan van Kellyhof beskryf met die mes?
Kelly het uitgekom met die mes, toe Kelly na Boeta teruggaan.
Kelly came out with the knife.
En sy
She
sê,
went to Boeta.
en sy sê vir Boeta, sy ek steek jou sommer nou vrek.
Then she said, "You, I'll stab you to death."
The witness made a gesture. Can you just do that again?
Kan u net weer die beweging maak?
You may remain seated if you so wish.
U kan sit as u so.
Sy het uitgekom met die mes,
The knife
en sy kom straight na Boeta toe.
went straight to Boeta.
En sy wys vir Boeta, en sy sê vir Boeta, sy ek steek jou sommer nou vrek met die mes.
Said, "You, I'll stab you now to death with the knife." With the knife.
The witness used the right hand as if clawing around something. That was the first action. Moving overarm to the right and with a slight stabbing motion. And the stabbing motion was back to front.
And you saw this clearly as you gave evidence now. Did you become nervous, scared?
Toe u dit sien, was u zenuwachtig, was u bang?
Ek was 'n bietjie bang geweest, 'n bietjie nerveus geweest.
I was a little scared, a little bit on my nerves.
Now, before we move on, I just want to try and get from you, if you can, tell this court, did you have any way of saying, or have you any way, to say what time it was at that stage?
Kan u of sal u kan sê hoe laat die tyd sou wees op daardie stadium?
Ek weet nie hoe laat was dat geweest nie.
I don't know what time it was, my lord.
Was it still during the daytime?
Was het nog gedurende die dag?
Dis korrek, my lord.
guess, estimate how long after the police officer left this was?
Kan u moontlik skat hoe laat nadat die polisie vertrek het?
Dat was 3 uur na die man daar geweest het.
2-3 hours after the man was there.
Two to 3 hours after he left.
Nadat hij weg is.
Dat is correct, my lord.
Thank you, my lord. May would it be a convenient time to take the tea adjournment?
It's 5 to 11. Make it till 15:15.
Thank you, my lord.
11:15. So it's a 20-minute break. So we'll rather take shorter breaks than one long break at a time, so that we can pace ourselves. Take it, it will be taxing on counsel and the witness
Yes, my lord.
as we go along with the cross-examination.
Thank you, my lord.
So we'll take a 20-minute break. Court adjourned.
And then you gave evidence, said that Buddha said, but I've already gone and got wood.
Hy het toe gesê, nee, maar ek het al reeds al hout gaan haal.
That's correct, my lord.
Yes,
Do you remember that clearly?
can you repeat please?
Do you remember that clearly?
Kan u dit duidelik onthou?
That's correct, my lord.
Yes.
And then you also probably remember clearly that your evidence was after that. You said Kelly told Buddha that this wood that he says he got, that's not wood.
U het ook duidelik onthou dat Kelly sê vir Boeta die hout wat jy gaan haal, dit sê hout nie.
That's correct, my lord.
Is reg? That's correct.
And you saw this as important.
U het dit gesien as belangrik, of geag as belangrik.
That's correct, my lord.
Is correct?
Then later on your evidence goes that you stood there next to Buddha and you called Kelly. Is that correct? Is that what you said?
U het gesê u het naam Boeta gestaan. En toe Kelly, kan u dit onthou?
No. Can you repeat the question? It seems the interpreter didn't hear it.
Your evidence led that you stood there at the house and you called Kelly
U getuienis was gewees, u daar by gestaan, u het vir Kelly geroep.
and you said that she didn't listen to you.
U sê toe sy het nie na u geluister nie.
That's correct, my lord.
And then you said Buddha also called Kelly
U sê Boeta het ook vir Kelly geroep,
and she also didn't answer him.
sy het hom ook nie geantwoord nie.
That's correct, my lord.
And is this the same as the previous answer you gave? Why is this important? Why do you consider this information important?
As jy voor dezelfde soos wat vorig aangevraagd was geweest, hoekom het u dit geag as belangrijk?
Want ik het voor Kelly geroepen, toen Kelly naar me luisteren en toen bracht het op Boeta achterna wie voor Kelly toen zo luisteren.
Because I called Kelly, she didn't listen to me. Boeta did the same, she didn't listen to him as well.
That's not the question.
Dit is nie die vraag nie.
See, unlike with the previous questions, and those are, I merely have number references. I don't write everything again because I look at the evidence in chief and I give the page number in my book and the paragraph number. But in this particular one, that's where she called Kelly. Kelly didn't listen, and Buddha also called, but she didn't listen to him as well. You didn't ask her whether she deems it important. It just went straight to why she deems it important.
My Lord, I just asked her why she mentioned it in the evidence, then she said it is important.
Right?
No.
So you deemed this important?
Dit het ieder gezien as belangrijk.
Nee, my lord.
Because that's, I didn't hear that part, and that's why I intervened.
Thank you, Lord.
So now, why did you feel it necessary to tell us about it?
Hoekom het u gevoel dus? Necessary.
Ik wil niet, kan u goed mij weten.
So, if you didn't deem that calling and ignoring to be important, why did you tell us about it?
As u hierdie geroepery en nie geantwoordery nie belangrijk geacht. Hoe kom je het van zaken van vertel? Hoe kom je het ieder in hof genoemd als ieder niet beschouwt als belangrijk? Nie?
Ik versta nog niet.
I don't understand, my lord.
Okay, forget about the importance. Why did you include that part in the story that you told us?
Hoe kom je die gedeelte bijgevoegd aan het verhaal wat je in de hof voorgeleid hebt, of aan de hof gezegd hebt? Vertel het.
Soos meneer nou vir my gevra het van important
As you asked me about importance,
van jou story.
about the wood issue.
No, it's also nobody else's story.
We're not with the wood issue now.
Listen to the question. And
Luister
I know
naar
it's
die vraag.
confusing, because often people will tell a story that's not necessarily important, but it's part of the story.
Moontlik sal u 'n persoon iets sê, alhoewel dit nie belangrik is, maar dit is deel van 'n storie wat 'n persoon moet sê, vertel.
So if, for example,
Sê byvoorbeeld,
we would have started late this morning
as ons byvoorbeeld so laat begin het vanoggend,
because one of the advocates left their phone at home,
byvoorbeeld een van die advokate sou sê, telefoon by is
it
haar
would not
telefoon
have
by is
been
haar.
important because there was another reason why we were slightly late. But it would have been part of the story.
Alhoewel dit nie belangrik is, dit as iets is ons het hoe laat begin, want dit is deel van die verhaal.
So all we want to know is,
Al wat jy van kennisraad wil weet is,
when you spoke to Kelly, when you called her,
toe u vir Kelly geroep het,
she didn't want to listen to you.
sy wil nie na u luister nie.
And then Buddha also tried to call her, but she didn't want to listen to you.
Dieselfde het Boeta gedoen, sy het ook nie na hom geluister nie.
You told us that.
U het dit in
And
hof
you
gesê.
said it wasn't that important,
Dit
but
is
you
so
still told us.
Maar dit is van so belang, maar u het dit wel toch aan u hof gesê.
Do you understand what I'm saying?
Verstaan u wat ek nou aan u sê?
Ik is nou eerlijk met jullie aardbare. Ik versta nou nog.
I'm honest with you now, my lord, I don't really understand you now.
Let's leave it there for now. Let's carry on.
Thank you. Ms. Lombard, let's move on. My next question to you is, why did you call Kelly? Can you recall why did you call her?
Kan u onthou waarom u vir Kelly geroep het?
De reden hoekom ik voor Kelly geroepen heb,
The reason why I called Kelly,
want ik wil geen dat ze moet weerkomen van die vullis af.
I wanted her to come away, get away from the dirt.
Why did you want to get her away from the Phyllis? What is the problem there? Did you see a problem?
Hoekom wou u haar van die vullis hê? Wat was die probleem daar? Kon u 'n probleem sien?
Dat is correct, my lord.
And what is that problem?
Wat sal die probleem dan wees?
Want ze het het in die vullis gaat krap.
Because she went to
Ik
scrap
zie-
in the dirt, in the rubbish.
Ik heb haar gezien, ze krap tussen die vullis. Ze staan in die muil van die vullis in.
I saw her scratching in this dirt, rubbish, my lord, standing in between the dirt.
But in your evidence in chief, you told this court that Kelly had walked towards Butti to go and look what he dumped there. He dumped something.
U het gesê Kelly het gestap na hierdie man waar hy toe iets weggesmey het of weggegooi het.
Dat is correct, my lord.
That's right.
And then you said Kelly had long gemaakt. Kelly took a long time there at the rubbish.
U sê toe Kelly het 'n lang tyd gemaak by die vullis.
Dat is correct, my lord.
And you didn't like that.
U het nie daarvan gehou nie.
That's correct, my lord.
Now, Mr. Paulus Buta, his instructions, he will say, he doesn't
Skuldig
know
nummer
anything
1.
about that.
Beskuldig nummer 1, Boeta, meneer Apollos, sal sy dra nie kennis daarvan.
Your comment, do you have a comment?
Enige kommentaar?
Nee, my lord.
What I find interesting, and I want to put it to you,
Wat ek baie interessant vind, ek gaan dit aan u stel,
that in your evidence, you relate verbatim. In other words, you say the exact words that you heard that was said there, and I'll refer to now what you heard Buta say. Buta, your evidence says that Buta said, and I wrote it in inverted commas. Now, those exactly, you are saying that's exactly the words.
I also wrote it in inverted commas. Because about this must jy out hier se kom vullis.
The words I got, my lord, is Kelly, dit is mos nie hout nie, dis 'n klomp rubbish vullis.
Ja.
Yeah. So what I want to ask you, Ms. Lombard, you are giving evidence of exact words that Mr. Apollos would have said. How do you remember that?
U getuienis handel oor die direkte woorde wat Boeta sou aan Kelly gegee het. Hoe onthou u dit? Direkte woorde wat Boeta sou gebruik het aan Kelly, u gee getuienis aan daai verband. Hoe onthou u hierdie direkte woorde?
Kan u dit gou vir my herhaal asseblief?
Can you repeat that for me again?
Your evidence in chief was that Buddha said something to
U
Kelly.
hoofgetuie, u het gesê Boeta het vir Kelly iets gesê.
And you gave us the exact words that Buddha said. You
Just put it different.
Beg your
Just
pardon?
put it differently. Because we are confusing the witness. Remember, the other day you were here.
Die ander dag was hy gewees as ek kan onthou.
You told us
U het vir hom gesê,
that Buddha said to Kelly,
Boeta het vir Kelly gesê,
and you used the exact words that he used.
u gebruik dieselfde woorde wat hy sou gebruik het.
So you told us that he said,
U het vir ons gesê dat u het gesê,
Kelly, dis mos nie hout nie. Dis
Kelly,
kom vullis.
Kelly, this is not wood, it's a lot of rubbish.
So nou is die vraag,
Now the question is,
how did you remember Buddha's exact words?
hoe kon u Boeta se direkte woorde onthou? Die woorde wat Boeta het gebruik het, hoe kon u dit onthou? Selfde woorde wat hy gebruik het.
Ik kan het onthou.
I can remember it, my lord.
You can't tell the court why you remember. There's nothing special, is there?
U kan nie vir die hof sê hoekom u dit onthou nie. As niks spesiaal nie, is daar?
Niks, my lord.
Nothing.
I'm going to move on. In your evidence then, after that, exact, there's a word that's escaping me, my lord, that exact words that Buddha used. Your next, as I've written down, your next bit of evidence says You told the court that Kelly had money in her hand. And then directly after that, I have it here that Kelly then told Requin he must
start the fire.
make fire.
He must start the fire so long.
He must start the fire. And the words were moet die vuur brand maak, which is the correct.
So lank die vuur brand maak. So I wrote it as
Yeah.
that he must start the fire so long.
Yeah. Yeah. Do you remember that?
Kan u onthou dat u gesê het dat Kelly sê toe vir Requin, hy moet so lank die vuur maak? Kan u dit onthou?
Dat is correct.
Now, let's start with the money.
Ons begin nou by die geld.
Dat is correct.
When exactly did you see Kelly had money in her hand?
Wanneer het u vir Kelly gesien dat sy geld in haar hand gehad het?
Where were you and where was Kelly?
Waar was u en waar was Kelly?
Wait, you see, you didn't wait for the answer on the first question. Then you asked another question.
I apologize, my lord, yeah. I'll start with the first one. Where were you and where was Kelly when you saw money in her hand?
Waar was u en waar was Kelly toe u geld in haar hand sien?
By Kelly's huis buitekant.
At Kelly's house outside?
So Kelly had now already come back from the rubbish.
So Kelly toe teruggekeer van hierdie vullis. Het Kelly teruggekom van die vullis af?
Dat is correct, my lord.
Yes.
So how do you know that she had money in her hand?
Hoe weet u dat sy geld in haar hand gehad het?
Voor ze gelopen naar de rabbis toe het, ze die geld gehad in de handen.
Before she went to the rubbish, she had the money in her hand.
And when she came back,
Toe sy terugkeer,
Toen ze terugkomt, toen heeft ze nog steeds zijn geld gehad.
when she returned, she still had the money.
Did you see when she got the money, where she got it from?
Kon u sien waar vandaan sy geld gekry het, wanneer sy die geld so gekry het, van waar en wanneer?
Nee, my lord, ik heb het niet gezien. Nie.
No, I did not see, my lord.
So you say you saw she had money in her hand before she went to the rubbish. What did you see that made you say or think that she had money in her hand? Can you recall, what did you see?
U sê het haar gesien, toe sy na die vullis toe was om en geld in haar hand, teruggekom van die vullis het u nog geld, het sy nog geld in haar hand gehad. Wat het u gesien dat sy geld in haar hand gehad het?
Die tijd wat ze van die vullis, voor ze vullis doorgaan, heeft ze geld in de hand gehad. Toen ze terugkomt van die vullis, dus heeft ze nog steeds zijn geld in de hand gehad.
Before she went to the rubbish, she still had money in her hand. From the rubbish, she still came back with the money in her hand.
Yes, we heard that. What I'm asking you, did you see the money? What is it? Was it notes? Was it coins?
Het u die geld gezien? Was het note? Was het coins?
Het
Munten?
was noten geweest.
Notes?
Dat is correct.
Now, for you to say that it was notes, you must have seen enough of the notes, as you say.
As u nou sê dit was note geweest, dan moes u genoeg gesien het om te sê dit is note.
In het notes is 20 rand en 10 rand.
Notes, as the witness described, as 10 rands and 20 rands.
Yes. Now, what did you see? Did you see a 10 rand? Did you see a 20 rand? Did you see other denomination?
Het u enige ander, tussen die 20 en die 30, enige ander gelde so gezien?
Nee, my lord.
Verskillende hoeveelheid?
Nee, my lord.
No, my lord.
so did you see a 10 rand?
Het u 10 rand gezien?
Ik heb de 10 rand en de 20 rand gezien, my lord.
I saw a 10 and a 20 rand, my lord.
You saw 10 rand and a 20 rand. Why do you say that now? Why didn't you give that evidence? Said, I saw Kelly had a 10 rand, 20 rand in her hand. But you just said she had geld in her hand.
Hoekom sê u nou dat u vir Kelly se oggend met 10 en 20 rand band? Tevore het u gesê hy het Kelly gesê met geld in haar hand.
Kan u vir my
Why didn't you say that when you gave evidence in chief, that she had a 10 rand and a 20 rand in her hand?
Hoekom het u nie gesê toe u begin het met die getuienis dat sy 10 rand en 20 rand en 20 rand in haar hand gehad het nie? Hoekom u sê dat u eers nou?
ik het nog niet antwoord voor dat ding.
I don't have an answer for that, I'm honest.
Are you writing with a pen, Mr. Adams?
I beg your pardon?
Are you writing with a pen? Are you writing with a pen?
Yes.
I'm writing with a pencil. What type of pen is it?
It's a black pen,
Why didn't you
big
tell me that
BIC.
just now? Why did you not tell me that just now when I asked you? Do you get the point?
Well, the question was,
Do you
do
see
I
the
have a
point?
pen?
You see, the witness is led. She says, I saw she had money in her hand. So I ask you whether that's a pen. And you say yes. And then I ask you what type of pen it is. And then you tell me. And then I say to you, but why didn't you tell me it was a big pen?
I was.
Mr. Adams.
I understand.
Mr. Adams, please. You know, we must ask questions that's fair as well. No person will be able to answer that.
My Lord, I've been asking her this question about the money. How do you know she had money in her hand? And she just said she knew, and then she didn't come out the first time and said there's 10 and 20.
But she was not asked the other day when she gave the evidence in chief how it was made up. She was first asked whether they were notes or coins, etc. Then she said notes, and in that same vein, she mentioned the 10s and 20s in that stretch. But unless, of course, the instructions are that your client didn't see the money, then let's get to the point.
You also gave evidence that Kelly then asked Requin about the make the fire, and I've already put that to you. My instructions from Mr. Apollo is him and Kelly, as far as he knows, but definitely from his side, they never ask or let Requin or any of the children make fire.
In verband dat u nou gesê het dat Kelly vir Hawkins gevra het om 'n vuur te maak. Volgens beskuldige nommer 1 op geen stadium sal hy of Kelly die kinders sou vra om 'n vuur te begin.
Ik heb daar bij Kelly gestaan, ik heb gehoord Kelly noemt dat.
I was standing next to Kelly. I heard her mentioning that.
Well, then you have to hear from Kelly says, but my client says he has never and he will never, and they have never asked Requin to make fire.
Hulle sal nooit tevore, hulle sal ook nooit in die toekoms vir Requin vra om vuur te begin.
But the evidence was not that your client asked Requin.
No.
So
No.
you put it to the witness that your client's instructions are that he never had and nor would he have asked Requin. I'm putting it in that line.
My instructions are that him and Kelly, his opinion in his
So you're
instructions.
putting it to the witness that according to him,
Both
Kelly
of them.
didn't ask Requin on that.
Both of them would not have and didn't, yes.
No.
Yes.
No.
Kelly did.
Not would have.
Kelly didn't.
That
in my-
she didn't. Good.
Yeah.
All right. So
as-
the statement is that according to Mr. Paulus, Kelly didn't tell Requin to light the fire.
Volgens meneer Apollos het Kelly nie vir Requin gevra om 'n vuur te begin of op te steek nie. Aan te steek nie.
Ik het gehoor, Kelly noem dit.
I heard Kelly mentioning that.
Thank you.
Thank you, my lord. Then, I don't want to go through your whole evidence in chief, but shortly after that, your evidence led that you spoke to Buddha. You told Buddha that you are now going to your house. And then you went.
Can you repeat? I didn't hear.
Your evidence after this incident about the making fire and all that,
Die getuienis was geweest na hierdie vuurstorie.
you gave evidence, said that you told Buddha
Die getuienis was dat u het vir Boete gesê
that you are now going to your house, and then your evidence was then you went.
u het toe vir hom gesê gaan na my huis toe en u is toe na u huis toe.
That's correct, my lord.
Confirms, my lord.
Now, in all this time, from the breaking of the window, the threatening to stab, the fire instructions, where were your children?
Gedurende hierdie gesprek oor hierdie gebeurtenis van die venster breekslaan, die gedreigement, vuur aansteek, waar is die kinders?
Die kinders was teenwoordig saam met my gewees.
Kan jy herhaal speel?
Die kinders was saam met my gewees.
The children were with me.
Yes, the last time I asked you where your children were, you said they were sitting outside on the ground there.
Die laaste keer wat ek hier gevra het oor die kinders, het jy gesê dat buite sit plat op die grond.
That's correct, my lord.
That's correct?
So were they still sitting outside on the ground?
Het hulle nog buite gesit op die grond?
Alle was nog aan buitekant gewees, my lord.
Yes, they were still outside, my lord.
But you're not answering my question. Were they still sitting on the ground?
Waar het er nog steeds gesit op die grond.
That's correct, my lord.
Did you still see Nilo there?
Het u nog vir Nilo daar gesien?
Nilo was nog daar gewees, my lord.
Nilo was still there, my lord.
Sorry, do I get you correctly? Nilo was not there anymore? What
Het
did you
ek het my
say?
gehoor dat hy nie meer, Nilo nie meer daar was nie.
What did you say, sorry?
Wat het u gesê?
Kan u vir my kan u
She
weer
said Nilo was still there.
Nilo was still there.
He was still there. Yeah. Thank you.
Then you as I've already referred to your evidence, then you said you went home.
Volgens die verklaring of die getuienis het u gesê is toe huis toe.
That's correct, my lord.
That's right.
And your evidence was that you again went and made food for your children.
U is toe om weer kos vir die kinders te maak.
That's correct, my lord.
That's right.
You didn't have a way of telling what time it is, but you obviously, and I'm putting it to you, not putting it to ask you, did you feel that it's lunchtime? You need to go and make food.
U kon nie sê hoe laat dit wees nie, maar kon u aanvoel dat is nou etensuur dat u die kos moet maak.
That's correct, my lord.
She actually gave us an estimate in her evidence in chief. She gave us an estimate time,
Yes.
but it was in her evidence in chief.
She estimated it was 1 o'clock.
Yes.
In your evidence, you indicated that it was 1 o'clock. How did you know, or why did you give evidence saying that it is 1 o'clock if you didn't know what the time was?
U het gesê dit was by 1 uur. Hoe het u geweet dat so by 1 uur wees as u nie tyd by gehad het nie?
Want so het Ayanda die persoon gestuur van Kawas af naar my huis toe. Toe even mevrouw laat is toe tyd vir my gesê dit is tyd vir as 1 o'clock.
I understand a person from Kawash. I asked him what time it was and he said it was 1 o'clock.
So, do I understand you correctly? That's the time when Ayanda sent somebody from the car wash, one person, am I correct?
Een persoon is deur Ayanda volgens u, as ek voor moet verstaan, na u toegestuur.
That's correct, my lord.
Yes.
There where you were with Kelly and at her house.
Waar u by Kelly se huis was.
Hy was en hy het dit al by my huis gewees, my lord.
At that stage, I was at my house already, my lord.
So when you said it was 1 o'clock, then you had already been at home and somebody was sent to you from the car wash, and that's how you know it was 1 o'clock. Is that what
By
it
u huis aangekom, iemand sal stuur na u huis toe. U vra toe laat die tyd is en die persoon sê 1 o'clock. Just to u besef dat dit is 1 o'clock.
That's correct, my lord.
So
I'm going to skip some of the other evidence.
just a moment. Why did the person come to you from the car wash?
Hoekom het die persoon na u toe gekom vanaf car wash?
Ayanda het die persoon gestuur om police van Kawas vir die tyres te kom haal by die huis.
I understand the person from the car wash to the house to fetch polish.
Was that the only reason?
Is dat die enigste rede?
Dis die enigste rede wat ek het, my lord.
Only reason, my lord.
What were you cooking for lunch?
Wat het u vir middagete gekook?
Dit was pap geweest, my lord.
Pap?
Only pap?
Net pap?
Ek het net pap gemaakt. Ek het pap en vlees het ek gemaakt, my lord. Sorry vir u.
I made pap and meat, my lord. Sorry for that.
Did you have it in the house earlier that day?
Het u dit vroeër in die dag bezig?
Ingredients? Did you have the ingredients for the pap and meat in the
Hierdie
house earlier that day?
goedere wat u so gebruik het voorbereid, het u dit by huis gehad om die pap en die vlees te maak?
Kan u dit gewoon weer gaan wie jy herhaal asseblief?
Can you please further?
When did you buy the flour,
Wanneer het u die
maize
meel
meal
gekoop,
that you used for the pap
die mieliemeel wat
and the
u
meat?
en die vlees? Wanneer het u die mieliemeel en die vlees gekoop?
Dit was geweest in die tyd wat ek by die huis gewees het.
During the time I was at the house, my lord.
And did you have the money in the house or did somebody bring you the money?
Het u geld by die huis gehad of het iemand die geld vir u gebring?
Iemand het die geld vir my gebring, my lord.
Someone brought the money.
From where?
From waarvan dan?
Van Kawas af, my lord.
From car wash, my lord.
Was this a different person to the one that came to fetch the tire polish?
Is die verskillende persoon in verband met die een wat die polish kom haal het?
Dit was diezelfde persoon geweest, my lord.
Same person.
Did he only come once or did he come twice?
Is hy een keer na huis toe of is hy 2 keer?
Hy is 2 keer gekom, my lord.
Twice.
Yes, thank you. I just wanted to clear that up because
Thank you, Mark.
that's how I understood the evidence, was that the morning, you will recall, Mr. Harmse, that she didn't have food for the kids.
Yes, ma'am.
She only had food for Yayanda. And he went off to work. But there was an arrangement that once he gets money, somebody will bring money so that she can buy the ingredients. And that's why I wanted to check it up to see whether it's the same person that when he came for the polish that gave us the time, or whether there was another event.
Thank you, Mark.
My lord.
So at least now we've cleared
My
it.
lord. Kan ek gewoon niet aanstaan, alsjeblieft?
Can I have a break, please, my lord?
How long do you need?
Hoe lang?
Is 3-4 minuten genoeg?
Sê my so, my lord.
All right, you may be excused.
Jy kan verskoon word vir die wyle.
Why didn't adjourn? Because I was thinking we might adjourn in a moment. Is there a way that we can have, do you have these photographs in electronic form? that you can project onto the screen. It will make it easier because you can enlarge things with the technology. And does anybody have a pointer? I'll check in my bag, but I may have one. And that might assist with, instead of constantly passing things around that'll take time. It's 11:58. Why don't we let's take a 10-minute break. We come back. We try and push till 1.
Thank you, ma'am.
And then we adjourn for 45 minutes for lunch. And then try and push through till 3. See how far we get. I know there was a plan that at some stage the interpreters will swap. You can discuss that amongst yourselves when and how.
Yes.
Now that you know well the times are going to run for the day.
Yes, ma'am.
Because our afternoon session will then be an hour and a quarter. And when we're going to come back at 12:15, so we're going to take a quarter of an hour now so that we can discuss maybe the planning. And we'll make up that quarter of an hour that we're losing now by taking a 3/4 lunch break. And then between the two interpreters, I can discuss how they're going to do it in the afternoon. So till 12:15 then, at 12:15, we're going to try and push through till 1.
Thank you, ma'am.
Court ledger.
You can take over now. I don't like tears.
I want you to have a look at paragraph 13 of your statement.
Sorry,
I
my
know
lord,
you're going to 13. I know you're going to 13.
sorry, my lord, the witness just said something. That's it.
He wants the witness on page 6, paragraph 13 to go to that paragraph.
The witness, whilst the court and the defense was conversing, my lord, she said something, so I just wanted to hear what you were saying.
Kan u net asseblief net 'n bietjie stadiger praat? Ek kan nie lekker uitmaak want u praat te vinnig in Afrikaans.
Oh, the witness is saying that I should just speak slowly, my lord, because I'm going a bit fast in Afrikaans.
Good. We'll do that.
Right, so you are on page 6.
As u op bladsy 6,
You look at paragraph 13.
as u na paragraaf 13 toe gaan, bladsy 6.
That's correct, my lord.
You there? Okay.
Yes, I'm there.
I'm going to read it. It's in Afrikaans.
Ek gaan dit uitlees, dit is in Afrikaans.
Ongeveer 13:45 is ek terug na Kelly se huis.
Around about 13:45 was back at Kelly's house.
My kinders was saam met my die keer.
My children were with me this time around.
And then you explain ek het van die rotse af weer verby die ek het van my huis af weer verby die rotse geloop na Kelly se huis.
I walked again from my house, again past the rocks and went to Kelly's house.
So my question to you is, if I read that paragraph, the first sentence of paragraph 13,
So my vraag is, as ek hierdie paragraaf lees, paragraaf 13, die eerste sin,
where you refer to my kinders was saam met my die keer.
where you say that my children were with me this time around,
That implicates, that means that you're saying when you were there the morning before lunchtime now, your children weren't with you.
in ander woorde, dit beteken dat nee, die oggend, die tyd wat u daar was, die kinders was nie saam met u gewees nie.
Just before the witness answers. Is the statement that you're putting it as a positive, that that's what it means?
I'm stating it that this sentence means that she's taken her children
Are
with
you
her.
putting it to the witness?
Dikkie.
That's the only meaning, that the children were not with her earlier.
That is what this sentence in paragraph 13 indicates, Mama.
You see, what are the general rules when one interprets a sentence in the context of a statement? You should look at it contextually. I've got no problem with you going there. I knew you were going to go there when I quickly threw my eye over it. But it's not the only meaning. Because if you look at the context, she explains, and she doesn't say anything about the children. So maybe you should ask her, what did she mean by putting it that way?
I can
And
do
then you
that.
can challenge her on it. Because to simply say that's the only inference, I'm not so sure. Because no mention is made of the children, but we also know that we went to the policeman's evidence this morning, the statement. And we know that the statement refers to a person with a child. Now, whether it was her or not, that we haven't gotten to that point. So just rephrase the question, and then we see where we're going.
Thank you, Mama. Ms. Lombard, this is your statement, that's a sentence that you made, paragraph 13, the first sentence, correct?
Dit is u se verklaring en die verklaring wat u gemaak het in die paragraaf 13, die eerste sin.
That's correct, my lord.
Yes, that's correct, my lord.
And you are fluent in Afrikaans?
U is vlot in Afrikaans.
That's correct, my lord.
That's correct, my lord.
Now, what do you see? Does it mean, paragraph 13, first sentence, ongeveer 13:45 as ek terug na my Kelly se huis, my kinders was saam met my die keer.
As u paragraaf 13 lees nie, soos daar geskryf is, soos nou die probeer uitgelees het, waar dit sê dit ongeveer 13:45 en ek het teruggegaan na Kelly se huis toe, saam met my kinders hierdie keer. Wat bedoel jy daar?
Ik heb mijn kinderen samengevat. Ik heb verkeerd gepraat met hij zijn.
I took my children with, it's just that I said it wrong.
Dat woord.
That word.
Now, in the preceding paragraphs, you tell the story about what happened when you went there, around about 9 o'clock.
In die volgende paragrawe verduidelik u wat het gebeur het tydens wat u daar was, so 9 uur se kant.
No mention is made of the children.
En geen
Those
melding,
paragraphs have actually checked it.
en geen melding gemaak van kinders nie in die volgende paragrawe.
In the statement.
In u se verklaring.
Your Lordship referring to paragraph 1 now.
From paragraph 1
Yes.
through to paragraph 12.
Yes.
There's no mention made of the children that accompanied her to Kelly's house.
Van paragraaf 1 af, nee, tot paragraaf 12 toe. Daar is geen melding van kinders wat saam met u gegaan het na Kelly se huis toe.
Are you following?
Volg u dit?
Ik volg het, my lord.
I'm following my lord.
Now Mr. Haramse says,
Nou, meneer Harmse sê dat,
now when you go back at 1:45,
maar as hy nog kwart voor 2 teruggaan,
you find it necessary to tell Advocate Van Tonder, who drafted the statement, and at sea Captain Lombard was also involved, according to the preamble to the statement. That you find it necessary to make specific mention that on that occasion the children were with you.
en u vind dit nodig dat op hierdie spesifieke tyd nie dat u het teruggegaan of u het gegaan met u se kinders hierdie keer dan toe kwart voor 2 en die advokaat meneer Van Tonder die advokaat. Okay, luister mevrou nie. Die hof het vroeër verduidelik dan van paragraaf 1 tot paragraaf 12 toe. U gee geen melding van u se kinders nie, nee. Nou meneer Armse sê dit op paragraaf 13. U noem daar so die tyd wat omtrent so kwart voor 2 en u was na Kelly se huis toe en hierdie keer u se kinders was saam. Nou wat die prokureur eintlik sê is dat hier u sê dat hierdie keer u is u kinders saamgeneem en die ander kere die kinders was nie daar nie. En toe het nou die hof verduidelik dat luister, die tyd wat die verklaring gemaak was, die persoon of u se prokureur meneer Eben Van Tonder was saam gewees en ook kaptein Lombaard, die persoon wat die verklaring geneem het. Verstaan u nou?
That's correct, my lord.
That's correct, my lord.
So do you understand the difficulty that it can be interpreted that the children were not with between 9 and 1?
Verstaan u nou dat 'n persoon kan so lees of 'n persoon kan so vat die vroeër keer u was nie saam met u kinders nie, maar kwart voor 2 u kinders was saam gewees.
That's correct. Ik versta nou, my lord.
That's correct now, I understand, my lord.
Thank you, Mr. Adams. Now
Thank you, Maru.
You can go further on the point if you wish. Because if you're not going to ask the question, I will ask it. Why didn't you say anything about the children accompanying you when you went there in the morning?
Nou, hoekom het u iets gesê om melding gemaak van die kinders die tyd wat daar, u vroeër daar gewees, 9 uur se kant. U het gesê mos nou 9 uur, nee, die oggend. U was daar gewees, nee. Nou die hof wil nou van u se kant af vra, hoekom het u melding gemaak om te sê dat 9 uur se kant, ek was daar ook met my kinders. Dis die rede wat nou die lawyer vra, dit is soos hier, vroeër die kinders was nie daar nie, dit is wat die hof vra.
Daai oggend, ek kan nie so sê, sorry my lord. Soos ek is so eerlik my lord, wat ek nou hier sit my lord.
My lord, I'm honest as I'm sitting here that morning.
Ek was verkeerd geweest.
I was wrong.
Dit moet nie daai oggend gewees het wat my kinders saam gegaan het.
It was not that morning that my children came with or went with.
Nee, sorry my lord, nou weer verkeerd gepraat.
Sorry, my lord, I spoke wrongly again.
Ek het my kinders saamgevat die oggend, maar drie keer het ek my kinders saamgevat.
I took the children with the morning, but this time around I did not.
My lord is nog reg.
Okay,
I still not right.
let's take it step by step. The morning at 9 o'clock, round about 9, when you went around the first time,
So, die oggend 9 uur, die eerste keer wat u gegaan het,
you told us the purpose of going there was because you're going to ask for food for the kids.
en die rede wat u daartoe gegaan het, u het kos gaan vra vir die kinders.
That's correct my lord.
That's correct, my lord.
Did the kids go with you?
Het die kinders saam met u gegaan?
Die tyd toe ek na Kelly se huis toe gaan.
Die oggend om die kos te gaan vra, yes.
That's correct my lord.
Yes, my lord.
And when you went in the afternoon, 1:45, did the kids go with you?
Die tyd wat u
The second time now.
die tyd wat u die middag gegaan het, 1:45, die tweede keer, het die kinders saam gegaan.
That's correct my lord.
Yes, that's correct, my lord.
So, both times that you went there on that day so far, the kids were with you.
Beide kere wat u gegaan het, die kinders was saam met u gewees.
That's correct my lord.
That's correct, my lord.
Now I'm going to ask you again, in the statement that was taken, do you know why it's not in the statement that the kids were with you early in the morning?
Ek gaan vir u vra soos dit staan in die verklaring, nee, weet hoekom u het die genoem dat die kinders was saam gewees ook die oggend nie.
Yes.
Die tyd wat ek die paragraaf vir die evening van donder nou gee, toe ek dus my kindse gedagte nie in my gedagte in my mind gewees, my lord.
My lord, when I gave the statement or this paragraph at that time, my children were not in my mind at that time when I handed over to Mr. Van Tonder.
Dis die rede hoekom dit nou so geskryf is, my lord.
Yes,
That's the reason why it's written like that, my lord.
You can proceed, Mr. Adams.
Thank you. Thank you, my lord. But, Ms. Lombard, this is a statement. Same kind of statement as your confession that you made. It's a statement, things are written, questions are asked, you give information, it's written down, and at the end you are being asked, and it's probably read back to you, or you could read it yourself if it's in Afrikaans. And then you are asked specifically. If you look at paragraph, at page 15, that's the bottom, and then you go to page 16.
As u na bladsy 15 toe gaan en daar op bladsy 16 onder.
You on page 16?
That's correct, my lord.
Yes, I am.
On top it says there, SE. And this is now, I assume, Mr. Advocate Van Tonder that took the statement for you. He asked you, and it's written here, is u tevrede dat dit wat u gesê het korrek genotuleer is? En die answer was, ja meneer. Are you satisfied that what you said is correctly noted here?
Soos dit hier in bladsy 15 is dit meneer sorry my lord, die persoon wat die verklaring geneem het, Lombaard, het gevra, is u tevrede wat in u is dit korrek wat geskryf is in u se verklaring? U het geantwoord, ja meneer. Mas I answer my lord.
Yes.
Do you confirm? You said ja meneer, and by that you mean, can you tell the court what you mean when you said ja meneer?
Kan u dan vir ons verduidelik, as u hier geantwoord het en sy sê ja meneer, wat het u bedoel by dit?
That it is correct.
Dat die inhoud van die verklaring of wat u gesê het is korrek en u is tevrede met die inhoud?
Dis korrek, my lord.
That's correct, my lord.
And then the next, for the sake of completeness, the next question is u tevrede dat hierdie verklaring juis en in ooreenstemming met u eie weergawe is? Are you satisfied that this statement is correct and in my English is gone now. In accordance with your own version?
Dit is hier geskryf, ons gevra, is u tevrede wat dit hier in die verklaring staan soos u gesê het?
Dis korrek, my lord.
That's correct.
So what that means, what that means is that what this statement says from your paragraph 1, the message that it carries is what you conveyed and what you told the advocate, what he wrote down, and that is correct.
So sê die antwoord wat soos die antwoord reeds gevra het by die vorige een en hierdie een, soos van paragraaf 1 af tot paragraaf 12 toe, soos meneer van Tonder neergeskryf het, u was gelukkig met wat ingeskryf was in die verklaring.
Dis korrek, my lord.
That's correct.
Now the questions that have already been put to you, and I want to do it again with the leave of the court.
Ek het al reeds die vraag vir u gevra, maar ek gaan net vir die hof vra, kan ek weer die vraag vra?
Nowhere in paragraph 1 to 12 is any mention of the children, whether they stayed at home, whether they went with you. But paragraph 13 indicates that, supporting that between paragraph 1 and 12, there were no kids with you, but they went with you the second time when you went back.
Sien u van paragraaf 1 af tot paragraaf 12 toe. Dit sê dat u se kinders was nie saam met u nie, maar as u dit gaan na paragraaf 13 toe, dan sê 1/4, nee, die kinders is saam met u gegaan as dit so lees daar by paragraaf 13. May I answer, my lord?
Yes, you can answer.
Dis korrek, my lord.
That's correct.
Is it correct that your message that you had conveyed here, showing that the children, not mentioning whether the children had gone with you, is it correct? Is that the right message, that the children didn't go with you in the morning?
Die boodskap wat u hier oorgedraai het, nee, om te sê dat die kinders was nie saam met u die oggend, is dit die korrekte boodskap?
Dis korrek, my lord.
That's correct.
So it is correct. The message in paragraph 1 to 12 seems to indicate that there no children were with you, and you say that is correct.
U sê dat van paragraaf 1 na paragraaf 12 toe, daar's geen melding van kinders nie. So die prokureur sê dat stem u saam dat daar's geen melding van die kinders. Dit beteken die kinders was saam met u gewees hierdie oggend, maar 1/4, die kinders was hierdie keer saam met u gewees. Is dit die korrekte boodskap of iets, die ding wat u gesê het?
But your evidence was that your children were with
Just
you.
answer. Did you understand the question?
Het die vraag verstaan?
Kan u dit net my weer herhaal asseblief?
Can you please repeat it?
Still about the message.
The message that you wanted to convey through the information that you gave the advocate who took your statement. He talks to you, you tell him something. He writes it down. He reads it back to you. That's when he asked you, was this correct? And you said yes. Now, what I'm putting to you is that the message in paragraph 1 to 12, what can one see there is nothing is mentioned of the child or children, and anybody who reads it will assume and be sure that no children were with you when you went to Kelly's house in the morning. Is that correct? Do you agree with that?
Wat u vir meneer van Tonder gesê het nie, u is 'n advokaat. Die tyd wat u is 'n verklaring.
It was actually recorded by Captain Lombard, but Advocate van Tonder assisted the witness and he was present at the time representing the witness when the statement was.
Die tyd u se verklaring geneem was nie, u probeer meneer advokaat van Tonder was teenwoordig, maar die persoon wat die verklaring neergeskryf het, Lombaard, nee. U het gepraat van paragraaf 1 na paragraaf 12 toe. Daar's geen melding van kinders nie, maar op paragraaf 13, kwart voor 2, u sê dat u het na Kelly's huis toe gegaan en hierdie keer u se kinders het saamgegaan, of u se kinders saamgeneem. Nou op hierop bladsy 16, toe word u gevra, is u gelukkig met wat in nou staan, is dit so geskryf soos u dit oorgedraai. U antwoord ja. So die advokaat sê in ander woorde, as enige persoon dit lees van paragraaf 1 na 12 toe, 'n mens sal sien dat die kinders die eerste keer op die oggend, hulle was nie saam nie, maar kwart voor 2, hulle het saam met u hierdie keer na Kelly's huis gegaan. Dit is wat die advokaat vra.
That's correct, my lord.
That's correct, my lord.
But now, and I stand corrected, my lord, but Captain Lombard being the...
It's Captain Lombard with 1A.
Yes.
And the witness is Lombard with a double A.
Yes. No, I stand corrected. I just missed it. He's the commissioner who took this.
He was the scribe.
He's the scribe, yes.
And he took us to a page earlier on, one of the pages at the end, that suggests that how the statement was taken, and I'm just drawing an inference that he took notes and then he compiled the statement, because he says that at the end of the taking of the statement and the notes were read to the witness. And then he asked those questions that you asked.
Thank you, Mel. But we know what I'm putting to you now. We know from your evidence this morning, if that was truthful, that you said both your children went with you the morning from your house to Kelly's house.
Ons weet van u se getuienis af sê vir die tyd wat u getuig het en ook dat die u se kinders was saam gewees die oggend na Kelly's huis toe, as dit waar is.
My lord, kan u my verskoon, dit was my fout gewees vanoggend dis morning wat ek nog gesê het my kinders was saam met my gewees.
My lord, can my lord forgive me, say that it was my fault, but my children was with.
I just want to get an understanding of the answer. Are you saying that it was your mistake this morning by saying that the kids were with you?
Ek wil vir u verstaan. Sê u dat dit was u se fout gewees om te sê dat die kind was saam met u?
That's correct, my lord.
That's correct, my lord.
Does that mean that the children were not with you in the morning?
Beteken dat die kinders was nie saam met u gewees hierdie oggend?
That's correct, my lord.
That's correct, my lord.
But that was then not the first time that you made that mistake.
Dan dit was nie die eerste keer wat u dit daardie fout gemaak het.
Because in your evidence in chief, that was when the prosecutor led you.
Want die tyd wat die aanklaer vir u vrae gevra het,
That was last week.
dit was laasweek gewees.
You also said the kids were with you in the morning.
U het ook gesê dat die kinders was saam gewees die oggend.
In fact, it was not only on those two occasions that you told us that.
En dit was nie net op daardie kere wat u dit vir ons gesê het nie, of genoem het nie.
So you told us on Friday afternoon
U het vir ons Vrydag middag gesê
that you went around to Kelly, you took the children's with you.
en u het genoem dat u het na Kelly toe gegaan en u het die kinders saamgeneem.
Can you remember that?
Kan u dit onthou?
That's correct, my lord.
That's correct,
That was when the prosecutor got very tired.
En dit is die keer wat die aanklaer moeg was.
That's correct, my lord.
That's correct, my lord.
And you were jumping around on different trends in your evidence because you were jumping to when you were arrested much later.
U het dit van een punt na 'n ander punt toe gegaan in die tyd wat u gearresteer was.
And I understand everybody was tired, so I adjourned the court.
Verstaanbaar dat almal was moeg geweest, dit is hoe gestop het.
Can you recall that?
Kan u dit onthou?
That's correct, my lord.
That's correct.
I made a note of the children.
Ek het dit nota gemaak van die kinders.
Then we resumed on Monday. Then we went back to the morning of the 18th.
Ons het dan maandag gegaan, die 18de, die oggend.
Then you repeated the issue of the children
En u
with
het,
you in the morning.
en u het weer eens herhaal van die kinders se storie dat die kinders was met u gewees die oggend.
Can you recall that?
Kan u dit onthou?
That's correct, my lord.
That's correct, my lord.
Then earlier today, Mr. Haramsa asked you about that.
My lord,
En vroeër ook dit
I'm saying to the witness, earlier today you asked her about that, about the children.
twice, my lord, twice, at least twice.
I'm getting there. Can you recall that?
En vanoggend ook met die Harms het vir u 2 keer gevra oor dit van die kinders se storie van die oggend dat u hulle saamgeneem.
That's correct, my lord.
That's correct, my lord.
And we spent the last almost 3/4 of an hour on the same point.
Ons het omtrent 'n rukkie gebly op daardie selfde punt, op daardie een punt.
And now suddenly you're telling me, but you made a mistake. But you've made the mistake at least 4 times.
Nou
And
is
it took 45, almost, it's 44 minutes
nou
to get
sê
the concession out.
nou sê u dat u het ook fout gemaak. U noem dit nou 4 keer. U het fout gemaak as ons nou kyk en ons het ook 'n rukkie gebly op hierdie selfde punt.
Are you still with me?
Is u nog steeds saam met my?
That's correct, my lord.
That's correct, my lord.
Do you have any explanation for this?
Het u enige verduideliking van dit vir dit?
My lord, ek weet nou nie hoe om vir my lord te kan verduidelik, maar soos ek weet nie, ek voel jammer, ek voel seer, omdat ek nou vir my lord nou.
My lord, I don't know how to explain this, but I'm sorry, my lord, and for that, my lord, I see the witness is shaking and she's being emotional, my lord.
Okay. Do you want a moment? Ms. Lombard, do you need some time?
En hoe gee tyd mevrou?
It's 1:45. I will take 15 minutes. I will come back at 2:00.
Ons gaan terugkom 2 uur se kant, né?
So the situation is as follows. I had a discussion with counsel in chambers. I was informed, and I actually saw the EMS vehicle that we have at the facility on standby coming around to the back, that the witness is receiving medical attention. The witness will be treated. We can't proceed today. So we're going to postpone the matter till tomorrow morning at 9 o'clock. If the witness is in a condition that she can proceed, we will proceed with the 204 witness. I've asked the prosecution in chambers to have a contingency plan in the event that we can't proceed with this witness, so that we have a backup witness to proceed with tomorrow. We anticipate that if we can't proceed with this witness, that we might do the evidence of, is it Colonel Morris, tomorrow, dealing with videos and social media items like that. It's one of those things that happen in a criminal trial, and we just have to manage and plan around it. So, Mr. Pollis, Mr. Van Ryn, Malmesbury, Correctional Centre, Ms. Smith, Langebaan Sachs. Court will adjourn till 9 o'clock tomorrow morning.